Chapter 4704. However, Lin Ling did not give up. He continued to use treasures to nourish Ning Qingxin and fight for her last chance of survival. He knew that if Ning Qingxin was taken away by the underworld, she would not be able to reincarnate and would disappear from the world forever. Because the underworld god had once told Lin Ling not to fall into the hands of the underworld god. This meant that the underworld god had been looking for an opportunity to attack Lin Ling. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. In this half a year, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword immortal had been by Lin Ling's side every day. However, their hearts had already given up. At the very beginning, although the Shu Lin sword immortal did not blame Lin Ling, he had always thought that Lin Ling was the cause of all this. If Lin Ling had told him about those things, he and Ning Qingxin would not have chased after Lin Ling so desperately. They might even have obtained the Mahayana Dharma in the godly Mt. Shumi. But now, he did not blame Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's stubbornness had moved him, and because Lin Ling still had not given up. Sigh. Lei Gong sighed softly. After half a year of hard work, he had already reached the late stage of the middle deity stage. This was caused by using the Tao state fragment and celestial qi to cultivate. However, when he saw that Lin Ling was still fighting against the laws of the universe, his heart ached. However, he did not persuade him because this was the path that Lin Ling had chosen and Lin Ling's obsession. Lin Ling insisted on saving Ning Qingxin partly because of guilt, and partly because he wanted to fight against the laws of the universe. If he did not fight, how could he win against the will of the world? How could he break out of the restraints of the laws of the universe and reach the peak of the era? Another year had passed. On this day, Ning Qingxin finally woke up. Where is this place? For you. What was surprising was that Ning Qingxin still looked like an old woman, but her intelligence was like that of a 3-year-old child. I saved the soul, but I didn't save the fate. Lin Ling's heart sank even more. Her soul had awakened and returned to its original state, but it didn't mean that Ning Qingxin was still alive. The wheel of fate was still pressing down on her. Nothing, we were waiting for you to wake up. Lin Ling smiled at Ning Qingxin. Thank you, uncles. Ning Qingxin was still naive and pure. She trusted Lin Ling and the others. However, the old woman's appearance, coupled with her innocent voice, caused his heart to ache even more. Unknowingly, another year had passed. Ning Qingxin grew up like a little girl, and she grew up faster than a normal girl. She also knew a lot of things faintly, because she saw that he was very old. His fingernails were peeling off and he didn't have many teeth left. What's more, his hair was sparse. All of this was different from ordinary people. Uncle Lin, am I going to die? Even if he wanted to walk around, he had to have Lin Ling by his side at all times, relying on formations and treasures to stay alive. Who said so, little Ning? You won't die. Lin Ling helped Ning Qingxin walk around. The area around the volcano had been decorated by Lin Ling and the others. It was like a garden. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Ning Qingxin smiled. She was very obedient. Although she didn't believe Lin Ling's words, she didn't lose her temper. Little Ning. Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword immortal returned from the sky. They had returned from the distant god meteor fall void. Now that Lei Gong's strength had increased greatly, he was also a little famous in the nearby area. Even the Shu Lin sword immortal's strength had increased a lot after following Lei Gong. Moreover, he had started to kill. The eternal path in his heart was still hidden in his heart. However, Buddha was not unkillable. Ning Qingxin. The Shu Lin sword immortal first smiled at Ning Qingxin. Then he bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Now, he treated Lin Ling as a senior. Shu Lin sword immortal, how is the god meteor fall void? Lin Ling nodded and asked. During this period of time, there are fewer and fewer spider evil gods in that void. They have all been killed. Therefore, more and more gods have passed through the void and come to our side. The Shu Lin sword immortal said. The reason why he started to kill was because of the spider evil god. If it weren't for the spider evil god, Ning Qingxin would not have ended up like this. Of course, there was also Emperor Yao. More and more people are coming? Little Ning needs to cultivate for this period of time. Don't let others disturb her. Lin Ling said. Okay. The Shu Lin sword Immortal nodded. Deep in his eyes, a strong murderous intent quietly flashed. Whoever dared to disturb her would be killed without mercy. This was also what Lin Ling had asked him to do. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed quietly. My hair is getting less and less. Ning Qingxin sat under the volcanic rock. The rich vitality nourished her body. However, she looked at the few strands of white hair in her hand and her face darkened. After her spiritual wisdom was restored, the world she had been in was this area. She wanted to go further to see the world. She wanted to see the bright starry sky. She also wanted to see the blue sea. She also wanted to see the endless fields. However, all these were wishful thinking. Little Ning. At this time, Lin Ling walked over. When he saw Ning Qingxin holding her hair, his heart sank inexplicably. Uncle Lin. Ning Qingxin immediately hid the few strands of hair behind her back and smiled. She did not want Lin Ling to see her sad face. Uncle Lin, thank you. Why don't you go? You've wasted too much time on me. This makes me very sad. I know that Uncle Lin, Auntie you, and many others are waiting for you to go back. Ning Qingxin said to Lin Ling. The happiest thing in her life was listening to Lin Ling's stories. Therefore, she also knew about Yu and the others. She also knew that Lin Ling had been through a lot in his life. In the past, she was curious about Lin Ling. She wanted to know about this cold man's life. However, by the time she found out, she was not far from death. Lin Ling saw that the death aura on Ning Qingxin's body was very strong. There was also an indescribable power. It was like the power of the underworld, like the power of the universe. This made him secretly clench his fists. Auntie Yu and the others also know about your situation, so they asked me to accompany you. Lin Ling said with a smile. Oh. Ning Qingxin nodded lightly, but she felt even more guilty in the depths of her heart. She knew that she was a shackle, a burden. If she died, Lin Ling and the others would leave instead of accompanying her, a half-dead person, every day. The two of them talked for a while more. Lin Ling left, but he could sense Ning Qingxin's inner thoughts. At this moment, Ning Qingxin seemed to want to kill herself. Is it really impossible to resist the heavens? Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky calmly. Deep in his eyes, a burning flame was burning. Boom! On this day, in the sky above the volcano, a huge bronze door appeared quietly. It was as if it could suppress the world. This bronze door could not be detected by others at all. The only people who could detect it were Ning Qingxin and Lin Ling. Because this was the door of life and death in the underworld. When the door of life and death in the underworld appeared, even the protection of the Tao realm was useless. This was because this was the supreme law of the universe. Chapter 4705. Uncle Lin, I'm leaving. I once heard you say that I chased after you because I wanted to ask you a question. But now, I know the answer. Perhaps everything is destined. If you want to get the Mahayana Buddhist Dharma, you have to enter the sea of suffering. Sigh. Ning Qingxin raised her wrinkled face and smiled at Lin Ling as if she knew that her time was up. In the distance, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword Immortal did not see the bronze gate, but they could feel the pressure. Because when a god's lifespan was exhausted, it gave people a different feeling. Perhaps, this was the first time they saw a god die of old age. It was common for mortals to die of old age, but it was common for gods to die of old age. After all, most gods died in battle. They could not help but look at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was silent, and his face was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, a voice came into Lin Ling's ears. Break it, and there's still a chance of survival. The voice came from the square prison. Although he did not know who was talking, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Little Ning, the real Mahayana Buddhist Dharma is to break all things because even Buddhas are in danger. Only by breaking the shackles can you become a Buddha. Sigh. Terrifying battle intent boiled in Lin Ling's body. The blood sword behind him floated out and pointed at the underworld. He wanted to fight. No matter what the result was, he wanted to fight with all his might. He had never been helpless in his life. The bronze gate slowly opened, and a huge amount of underworld chi spread out like a dense fog. However, this powerful force could not be detected by ordinary people. This was the steps of God. After the bronze gate opened, a pair of cold and emotionless eyes appeared first. These eyes were very ancient, as if they had seen through the ages. They were the laws created by the oldest god in the universe. Then, an ancient white bone tower appeared, supported by a hairy arm. The eyes swept across the ground, ignoring Lin Ling, Lei Gong and the others, and landed on Ning Qingxin. The big hand immediately grabbed at Ning Qingxin. As long as I'm here, no one can take Xiaoning away. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ground cracked open layer by layer. The volcano in the distance directly exploded. He held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and slashed at the sky. Third stage talent fusion. The gray-robed Lin Ling had appeared. Rumble. A slash that contained the terrifying power of God slashed out crazily. However, that big hand didn't care about Lin Ling at all and continued to grab Ning Qingxin. That slash hit nothing but air. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He looked at the giant palm that passed by him. The sword in his hand was as hot as fire, and its killing intent was as vast as the sea. Steps of death. The rolling sea of blood turned into a sword and fell from the sky. At this moment, the huge palm was very close to Ning Qingxin, but suddenly, a sword slashed at it. Rumble. The crazy sword slash actually split the arm into two, and an endless amount of nether energy poured out. Obviously, only the steps of the gods could resist the power of the netherworld. You can't take her away. Floating in the sky, Lin Ling looked up at the bronze door in the sky. His expression was as cold as ice. Inside the bronze door, the ancient eyes still ignored Lin Ling. Another big hand grabbed at him fiercely. This big hand was obviously different. It was bigger and more majestic. 5 fingers down, one hand covering the sky. Rumble. Before it landed, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword Immortal both spat out blood. Their faces were gray as if the nether energy had invaded their bodies. Rumble. Looking at the land of the volcano again, the land that was originally full of vitality had now turned into a dull gray color, and the entire land continued to sink. At the bottom of the palm, Ning Qingxin sat there weakly as if she could be taken away at any time. Clang. The huge blood sword slashed, but when it landed on the arm, a terrifying force came back. Lin Ling spat out blood, and the tyrannical song sword also fell out of his hand. It was too powerful, as if it was the power of the entire netherworld. Still far from it. Ignoring the injury, Lin Ling's voice was as low as thunder. He shot to the ground and appeared in front of the slowly grabbing hand. And below him was Ning Qingxin. Sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling roared and turned into an ancient giant. His palm slashed at the big hand in the sky. Rumble. The all-conquering palm tore the big hand apart again. Lin Ling's Pangu attack reached the sky and slashed on the bronze door. However, the all-conquering attack met its match at this moment. The bronze door swayed a little, but it was still intact. This sky-splitting slash had only cut off the hand of the netherworld. Still a little short. Lin Ling's expression was full of murderous intent. His eyes were so firm and so fearless. Heaven wanted to destroy Ning Qingxin, but he wanted to save her. The worlds will wanted to destroy the world, but he wanted to stop it. There was nothing that could not be broken. Lin Ling. In the distance, looking at Lin Ling, who was standing on the ground like a giant, Lei Gong's eyes were wet. Was this Lin Ling's heart of martial arts? Even if there was no hope or success, Lin Ling would never give up. He has never lost without a fight in his life. Lei Gong mumbled to himself. Even if he was going to lose, he would fight until the world was turned upside down. Rumble. At this moment, the bronze door made a loud noise. The emotionless eyes finally looked at Lin Ling. However, there was still no change in emotion. In the sky, a huge netherworld pagoda fell toward Ning Qingxin. This pagoda was obviously more powerful than the hand of the netherworld. Rumble. After the pagoda fell, the volcanic area shattered. All the rocks and the ground floated in the void. A terrifying shockwave erupted. The void of God meteor in the distance rippled like water. Still a little short. Under the Netherworld Pagoda, Lin Ling raised his hands to the sky and supported the Netherworld Pagoda. A ferocious force suppressed his body, causing his bones and blood to spurt out in all directions. Earth-splitting slash. Lin Ling roared to the sky. His heavily injured body grew infinitely. He turned into a pangu and split the sky and earth. Rumble. The huge Netherworld Pagoda was pushed up by Lin Ling. This made Lei Gong and the others happy. Although they could not see the bronze door, they could see the terrifying Netherworld Pagoda. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to be able to resist the Netherworld Pagoda. However, their joy did not last long. This was because they saw Lin Ling spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Especially Lei Gong. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling so severely injured. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had experienced such injuries countless times in his life. What was there to be afraid of? Step of wisdom. Lin Ling spat out a cold voice as his soul force exploded out. Rumble. The huge Netherworld Pagoda suddenly shook. The white bones on the surface began to move. Many ferocious faces appeared. It was as if the Netherworld Pagoda was afraid of the step of wisdom. 3 Extreme Universe slash Demon slash. Lin Ling roared again. Countless cosmic rays shot out from his body and cut through the sky. Chapter 4706. External Incarnation. Lin Ling went all out and split into 3,000 clones. All of them rushed into the sky and attacked the dark pagoda like a storm. The entire sky seemed to be exploding, and the Dao realm seemed to be shaking. The violent explosions made Ning Qingxin look up. She kept shaking her head. Uncle Lin, give it up, give it up. She couldn't bear to see Lin Ling risking his life for her. Lin Ling. Lei Gong and the others looked at the crazy Lin Ling and clenched their fists tightly. Boom. Finally, there was a deafening explosion. Countless netherworld lightning, netherworld flames, and netherworld rain were shot out. The dark pagoda started to dissipate. When he looked at the 3,000 Lin Lings standing in the air, his eyes were burning hot and his breathing was heavy. This time, he had gone all out and unleashed all of his strength. Dark pagoda, slay immortals and gods. However, at this moment, the bronze gate moved slightly. From the gate, an even smaller dark pagoda flew out. Once this pagoda appeared, heaven and earth shook. Not to mention Lin Ling and the others, even the gods thousands of miles away found it difficult to breathe. It was as if there was a force that wasn't afraid of the Dao realm's protection and could bring them into the netherworld at any time. So scary! Everyone was scared and fled. Looking at the god meteorite void, countless meteorites exploded. The spider evil god, who was hiding in the dark, was shivering and fleeing into the distance. Can't the heavens be resisted? Lin Ling looked at the smaller dark pagoda. His pupils were trembling, and tears of blood flowed from his eyes. He was like a demon, like the will of the world. At this moment, he was lost and dispirited. He had been practicing martial arts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom since he was young and grew up in the ancient Yen sect. He had been through countless storms, crossed countless mountains, and killed countless gods and demons. No matter when, he had never been dispirited. Even if he had been hurt, even if he had been defeated, he could still stand up. But this time, for the first time, he felt that he couldn't resist. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't win. If the heavens wanted to destroy him, he couldn't resist. If the sky wanted to rain, he could not extinguish it. If the heavens wanted to blow, he couldn't stop it. There was nothing he could do to change anything. Rumble. The smaller netherworld pagoda slowly floated down. It wasn't fast, but the lightning from the netherworld turned into chains that shot out in all directions like sea urchins. This pagoda was clearly more terrifying than the previous pagoda. An ancient energy surged over, and Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't even approach the nether pagoda. Uncle Lin, that's enough. Little Ning has had enough in this life. It was heaven's will that we met on the path of superior Buddhism. Now that little Ning is dead, it is also heaven's will. Heaven's will cannot be defied. Perhaps this is the answer I seek on the path of superior Buddhism. On the ground, Ning Qingxin quietly restored her former appearance. She was still so pure and aloof from worldly affairs. This was the final radiance of the setting sun. In her mind, the bits and pieces of her contact with Lin Ling flooded into her mind, all the way until her soul recovered and turned into a girl. She remembered that Lin Ling accompanied her every day in this place, telling her glorious stories of the past. She also remembered that in order to save her, Lin Ling gave up the chance to leave and went against heaven. But heaven's will couldn't be defied. Rumble. The nether pagoda shrouded Ning Qingxin's head, trying to seize her last chance of survival. Bang. But at this moment, an arm appeared and suddenly grabbed the edge of the nether pagoda. A man appeared and stood quietly beside Ning Qingxin. It was Lin Ling. I don't know what heaven's will is. I only know that I want to save you. Lin Ling shouted. His previous decadence disappeared, and his eyes were still burning with fighting spirit. That's right. He couldn't fight against the universe. He couldn't fight against the world's will. But he was still on the path of advancement. Lin Ling had never been an invincible existence in his life. He had enemies he couldn't defeat, but he believed that as long as he tried, he would have no regrets. Exchange for me. Lin Ling roared to the sky. All the Dao realm shards were exchanged for a large number of treasures. The Dao realm appeared, and countless treasures flashed. Lin Ling didn't have the time to see what these treasures were. He didn't even have the time to enter the Dao realm. He was just trying his best. Kakaka. The arm that grabbed the nether pagoda was now even stronger. Countless treasures piled up, causing Lin Ling's 7 dantians to rumble. His divine essence was surging. His divine essence was also surging. The physical strength and soul power that he had consumed previously were also rapidly recovering. Third stage. Sword come. Heaven splitting slash. Earth splitting slash. Universe tripod slash. Lin Ling's eyes were burning as he roared. Waves of terrifying power were activated by him, and the entire sky seemed to be broken by him. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and the entire void shattered. Even if a powerful late-stage mid-god was here, facing such power, he would be filled with hatred in the underworld. A huge explosion that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared, as if it was the end of the world. Lin Ling was still holding the nether pagoda in the midst of the explosion, and the nether pagoda was also trembling. Looking at the sky again, the pair of eyes behind the bronze door was still cold and emotionless, but they were also staring at Lin Ling. Boom. In the end, this great explosion erupted, and the light even reached the other side of the great Buddhist kingdom and reached the other shore. What kind of god is fighting? Such ferocious power. It's probably a higher god fighting. Say, I didn't expect there to be a higher god here. Let's stay away. A higher god can destroy heaven and earth. If we're not careful, even a Dao realm expert won't be able to protect us. On the continent of the great Buddha kingdom, countless gods were trembling with fear as they looked at the dazzling light in the distance. The light had pierced through the void. This showed how terrifying the battle in the God's Fall void was. Rumble. The power of the apocalyptic explosion shook all directions. Lei Gong and the Shulin sword Immortal had already hidden far away, their eyes trembling. Had Lin Ling succeeded? Impossible. Suddenly, Lei Gong gritted his teeth. In the distant sky, Lin Ling was still standing there, holding the nether pagoda in his hand. The nether pagoda was trembling, but under Lin Ling's full strength, it still didn't break. Too strong. Simply invincible. Nether pagoda, slay immortals and gods. A voice drifted out from the bronze door, like the words of a god. Suddenly, lightning blades appeared around the nether pagoda and slashed Lin Ling's head. Bang. Blood spurted out, and a head fell to the ground. It was Lin Ling's head. And Lin Ling was still standing like a giant, but he had been beheaded by the nether pagoda. His head was separated from his body. Lei Gong sighed softly, his heart filled with complicated feelings. He's not dead yet? Suddenly, the Shulin sword Immortal pointed to the distance in shock. Lin Ling slowly bent down and actually picked up the severed head. Then he gently placed it on his neck. At this moment, divine light shone, and the light was boundless. Chapter 4707. The dark pagoda was now less than a meter away from Ning Qingxin. Ning Qingxin looked at the giant Lin Ling beside her. Her heart felt like it was about to crack. She could see that Lin Ling could not go against the underworld's laws at all. But she did not understand why Lin Ling was so persistent. Even though his head was broken and blood was flowing, he still did not give up. Unfortunately, she did not know that Lin Ling had already entered a mysterious state. He was like a killing machine, but also like a body without consciousness. The only thing he could do was to save Ning Qingxin with all his might. The man and the pagoda were locked in a stalemate. Time seemed to have stopped. Enough! At that moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from Lin Ling's body. Then he stepped into the sky. Boom! With one strike, the bronze door shook. Boom! With the second strike, the bronze door cracked. A huge figure, holding a giant rod, calmly looked into the eyes of the bronze door. The heavens are indeed undefeatable. But man can conquer the heavens. The figure's voice was earth-shattering. Do you also want to defy the heavens? You must know that one day, you will also die of old age. At that time, perhaps you will lose your entire life's cultivation. An ancient voice came from the bronze door. Get lost. The figure held the giant rod and smashed it violently at the bronze door. Boom! The bronze door completely exploded, turning into fragments of the underworld, scattering in the void. A gust of wind blew past, sparkling and beautiful. Bang! At the same time, the dark pagoda in Lin Ling's hand also shattered. Everything disappeared as if it had never been there. This made Lin Ling look up at the sky coldly. In the sky, the huge figure also looked down at Lin Ling. The two gazes seemed to have passed through countless eras and collided heavily. You wasted so much of your lifespan to save her. Was it worth it? After watching quietly for a while, the mysterious figure finally spoke. He knew very well that when Lin Ling was crazily smashing the bronze door, he was also wasting his lifespan. This really surprised him. Which ordinary person would be so foolish as to dare go against the netherworld? Worth it. Lin Ling's answer was simple. She will still be taken away by the underworld, but she will be reincarnated. The mysterious figure spoke again. According to the laws of the universe, Ning Qingxin's lifespan was exhausted, and she was recorded in the dark pagoda. Once she was recorded in the dark pagoda, it meant that her past life and future were over. There was no possibility of reincarnation. However, when the bronze gate was broken, the rules and restrictions were also broken. Therefore, although Ning Qingxin looked like she was about to die, she wasn't completely dead. She was reincarnated. Is it really impossible to resist the heavens? Lin Ling raised his head, seemingly puzzled. No, you've already broken the great nomological laws of the universe. Although you haven't completely succeeded, you've at least succeeded halfway. The figure said indifferently, the price is that 90% of your lifespan will be used up. Worth it. Lin Ling cracked a smile. Once he had decided on something, he would fight to the end. He didn't care about the consequences. At least it proved that he could go against the heavens and defy the great nomological laws of the universe. Shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly asked, "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. Now, you have to leave with me and go against the great nomological laws of the universe again," the mysterious figure said. But Lin Ling frowned. "Because if you die, you'll be complying with the laws, and I'll also defy the heavens." The figure suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. "The heavens are also restricting me and setting the path of my life. It seems to be for my own good, but it's not the path I want to take. Even if I choose the path of death, it's my own will. I don't need them to decide the path of my life for me, because it's not the path I want to take. It's the path I want to take. Who are you?" Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he asked again. "Let's go." The figure didn't answer Lin Ling. He waved his hand, and a powerful force enveloped Lin Ling's body. Then he disappeared into the void. Third supremacy. At the same time, a faintly discernible voice quietly floated out. Everything began to return to normal. However, this continent had been completely destroyed and turned into a part of the fallen god Void. No one knew that thousands of years later, among the gods of this era, the legend of Lin Ling would spread here. Lin Ling. At this time, Lei Gong and the Shu Lin sword Immortal flew over and looked around. However, they didn't see Lin Ling's figure. Uncle Lin. On the ground, Ning Qingxin raised her head. Her eyes were filled with tears. However, at this time, a bronze gate also appeared in the sky. A light enveloped her body and slowly brought her into the bronze gate. This time, the bronze gate was obviously different. It was not so domineering and ancient. It was the most ordinary gate to the underworld. This ray of light also brought Ning Qingxin into the path of reincarnation. Ning Qingxin didn't resist. She looked at everything calmly. Suddenly, the answer she had been pursuing suddenly became clear. The will of the heavens could be defied. Man could conquer the heavens. She had been pursuing the path of Mahayana Buddhism all her life. However, now Lin Ling was telling her that the so-called path of Buddhism was the so-called eternity. It was actually her. Uncle Lin, I understand. I will come and find you, Ning Qingxin said calmly. Finally, she disappeared into the bronze gate. Lin Ling, Lei Gong and the others stood quietly in the void. Their hearts were even more complicated. Then, Lei Gong hesitated for a long time. In the end, he took out the voice transmission jade talisman and sent a voice transmission to Yu. He didn't know whether Lin Ling was alive or dead. However, he told Yu and the others everything that had happened before. Lin Ling has exhausted 90% of his lifespan. After doing this, Lei Gong also left with the Shu Lin sword Immortal. He never expected that Lin Ling would end up like this after going against the great laws of the universe. However, he also had hope in his heart. This was because the mysterious person who was completely black and looked down on others was the same as Lin Ling. They were also people who went against the great laws of the universe. The will of the world can destroy the world. Is this also a great law of the universe? I'm the host of the will of the world. Could it be that I'm a great law of the universe? However, if a martial artist's strength exceeds the limit, so what if it's a great law or a host of the will of the world? After experiencing Lin Ling's previous battle, Lei Gong also vaguely understood many things. On the other side, everyone in Lei Gong's hall received the news. Their hearts exploded and their faces were gloomy. Don't worry, Brother Ling will come back. However, what was surprising was that after hearing such bad news, Yu and the others' reactions were very normal. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, they didn't believe that Lin Ling would die. Chapter 4708. Here, birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the scenery was beautiful. The peaches in the mountains were red, and when the wind blew, they would fall. In the distance, an ancient mountain sat there. The mountain was divided into 5 fingers, and it looked very ancient. In the distance, there was a quiet pool, and in the pool, a young man was lying there quietly. He was floating and did not sink, and it was very mysterious. Ripples spread out from the young man's body, and quietly spread into the distance. Time passed quietly. Finally, one day, the young man slowly opened his eyes. He frowned, as if he was surprised to see himself here. This place, where is this? The young man was Lin Ling. He sat on the pool and looked around in shock. The surroundings were like a paradise, and also like the most ancient wilderness. Everything was so primitive. These mountains, water, and forests, they are probably even older than the Dao realm. Lin Ling frowned. The Dao realm's barren mountains were also very ancient. It was said that they came from the ancient era, but he had a feeling that the mountains and water here were even more powerful than the Dao realm. Then, he looked down and found that the water below him was still, and there were only light ripples spreading out. However, the water was incomparably clear, and Lin Ling could vaguely see that there seemed to be a wheel-like object at the bottom of the water. The wheel-like object was about 1 meter long, and it was very mottled. There was a faint layer of mud on its surface, and through the mud, there would occasionally be a metallic luster reflected back. What an enormous amount of life energy! Lin Ling was shocked. In the past, he used the seahorse of the Dao realm to cultivate. The seahorse spat out life energy, and it was incomparably powerful. However, compared to the wheel-like object, the life energy was obviously much weaker. Could it be that I have been absorbing the life energy all this time? And the life energy came from that wheel? What kind of wheel is that? Many doubts arose in Lin Ling's heart. He secretly checked and found that he had secretly broken through to mid-stage mid-god. His divinity energy had reached a terrifying 30 million Dao rays. His soul power had unknowingly reached 200,000 Dao rays. As for his physical strength, it had now reached 20 million Dao rays. His basic speed was now 2 million Dao rays. All of his skills had been greatly improved. This was the strength of a mid-stage mid-god. This progress made Lin Ling incomparably shocked. According to his guess, even if he had broken through, his improvement shouldn't have been so great. Could this be the result of the battle with the Bronze Gate? And this is before I use the third phase, otherwise, my godly force would have reached 5,000, and my fleshly body power would have reached 3,000. As for my speed with the Quafu sun-chasing boots, it would surpass 5 million worlds. With such a great increase in strength, I'm afraid that I will have few opponents even among mid-stage mid-gods. I can even kill quite a few late-stage mid-gods. My Universe 3 extreme breaks and Pangu's strike are related to my physical body and soul power. Now, their power has been greatly enhanced, especially earth-splitting. I think I can use it for more than 15 breaths of time. In the great battle against the universal laws, I erupted with all my strength. My potential was also stimulated. I reckon this is the reason why I have improved so much. However, the universal laws are indeed frightening. My Pangu can split the earth and shatter it. His divine power is unrivaled, but he still can't stop the power of the netherworld. If not for that mysterious man's help, I wouldn't have been able to escape death. Right, that mysterious man seems to have mentioned that he is the third supremacy? As Lin Ling thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He wanted to leave the pool. Kiki, it's better if you don't leave now because your lifespan is rapidly recovering. It hasn't fully recovered yet. A sharp voice came from below the mountain, echoing in the endless mountains. Lin Ling looked up and immediately discovered that among the mountains, there was a mountain with 5 fingers that was the most conspicuous. My lifespan is recovering? Lin Ling immediately thought of the battle with the Bronze Gate. At that time, the Bronze Gate was also absorbing his lifespan. But could this pool really recover lifespan? Lifespan was the most difficult thing to recover. If it was a mortal's lifespan, they could use treasures that could prolong their lifespan. But for a god's lifespan, even treasures of the universe could hardly prolong it. At best, they could only prolong a part of it. And Lin Ling had already consumed 90% of his lifespan. If he wanted to recover it, what kind of treasures would be needed? Could it be that wheel? Lin Ling secretly guessed. No wonder the plants around the pool didn't change. Generally speaking, if he absorbed endless life force, the plants around him would inevitably wither. Moreover, even if he absorbed the life force of hundreds of worlds, he might not be able to recover. This is the wheel of life. I snatched it from that old man. Unfortunately, I've already absorbed half of it. In any case, I'm now equivalent to half an eternal body, so the rest is yours. The sharp voice came again with a hint of pride. Senior, you're really amazing, Lin Ling said with a smile. This kind of wheel of life was extremely rare. The original owner was probably an indomitable powerhouse. And this mysterious person could snatch this treasure, which meant that the mysterious person was strong. Senior, thank you for your help before, Lin Ling said again. No need to thank me. Speaking of which, you and I are half-brothers of the same sect. It's normal for me to help you. The voice with a smile floated out proudly. This arrogance was completely different from the usual Lin Ling. It was as if he dared to laugh at the universe and look down on the gods. Brother? Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. He had many masters in his life, such as Hua Leitang of the Ancient Face sect and Xing Xiu Yun of the Spirit Province. Even Lei Gong could be considered half a master to him. However, it was obvious that it wasn't these people. When you recover, come and find me. You'll understand. The voice giggled with a hint of mischief. Lin Ling pursed his lips. He could only wait patiently. While the wheel of life was recovering, Lin Ling was also improving his innate divine fetus. The improvement of the innate divine fetus was not only related to the power of a god, but also to one's potential. Some gods could only reach late-stage mid-level deity after spending their entire lives, and it was difficult for them to improve any further. However, some gods could cross the threshold and become higher deities. This was the influence of innate talent. At present, Lin Ling's innate talents were mostly mid-level deities, and some of them had reached their limits and would be difficult to improve any further. Therefore, Lin Ling focused his attention on innate talents with greater potential. It's a pity that I still don't have a treasure to open the 8th dantian. Otherwise, I could make the tyrannical singing sword the 8th dantian's innate divine fetus. The potential of the tyrannical singing sword has never been activated. If it becomes my 8th dantian, it will probably reach its limit. Lin Ling sighed and poured the excess life force into his dantian. Chapter 4709. Time passed quietly. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling sensed that the Wind Dragon's talon had reached 8th grade intermediate god and the Heavenly Dragon's bone had reached 9th grade intermediate god. He finally sensed that the life force under the pool had begun to weaken. As for the other talents, their progress was slow because of their potential. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up and stared at the wheel under the pool. He realized that the wheel had gradually turned into dust, as if all its life force had been exhausted. An ancient treasure had disappeared just like that. If the ancient giant gods were here, they would be heartbroken. After all, if the wheel of life was not absorbed, the endless life force could heal the injuries left behind by the battle between the gods. However, once it was used up, the wheel of life would be useless. What a powerful life force! Lin Ling was still standing above the pool. He sensed that there was a mysterious force rolling in his body, making him feel extremely relaxed. The feeling of being shackled in the past seemed to have disappeared. With a slight movement, Lin Ling appeared beside the pool. His hands were behind his back and his eyes were like lightning, giving off the feeling of a supreme god. "Senior, I'm out." Looking at the endless green mountains, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Hee hee, I've waited for 10 years. Come to me." The voice sounded as if it came from the highest mountain. Lin Ling took a step forward and shot toward the peak. Then he began to search. However, the peak was very mysterious. He did not see any giant gods. "Fool, he's below." The voice suddenly scolded Lin Ling jokingly. This made Lin Ling's eyes sweep over, and then his pupils violently trembled. The great sage, heaven's equal? Lin Ling was obviously shocked. Under the green mountains, a monkey was suppressed there. One of its arms and head was exposed. At this moment, it was looking at Lin Ling with a smile. Looking at the shape of the giant mountain, it was very similar to the 5-finger mountain. The difference was that at the middle of the 5 fingers, there was an additional green lotus lamp made of stone. "Wow, as expected of Lord Prison. You actually know who I am." Under the green mountains, the monkey also let out a cry of surprise. This. Lin Ling was flabbergasted and speechless for a long time. In the end, he could only say 2 words, F***CK. He came from the world of Wuxia and was very familiar with ancient myths and legends. He knew that the great sage, heaven's equal, must exist in this universe. It was just that all this time, he had never heard of the legend of such a giant god. He thought that this kind of giant god had already died in the long river of time, but he never thought that it would appear in front of him. As expected of Lord Prison. You control the prison, and even know about Third Lord's background. At this time, the monkey at the foot of the mountain said again. He obviously thought that Lin Ling knew his origin through the square prison. What he didn't know was that almost everyone in Wuxia knew about the great sage, heaven's equal. "I never thought that I would have the fortune to meet Senior Great Sage in this lifetime." Lin Ling quickly landed at the foot of the mountain and cupped his hands in greeting. He had always admired this legendary figure, especially when the great sage, heaven's equal, said that he would take turns to be the emperor next year. This was also one of Lin Ling's principles of life. Haha, I didn't waste my clone to save you in vain. The monkey also let out a hearty laugh. Lin Ling then realized that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was Patriarch Bodhi's disciple, and he, Lin Ling, had obtained Patriarch Bodhi's Bodhi verification divine skill. No wonder the great sage, Heaven's Equal, called him junior brother. By the way, do you have anything to eat or drink? It's best if it's good wine. I haven't eaten or drunk for many years. The monkey said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was always prepared with wine. He quickly took it out, sat at the foot of the mountain, and poured wine for the monkey. The two of them drank to their heart's content. Brother monkey, I won't treat you as an outsider. This cup of wine I, Lin Ling, will drink first. That's a true hero. Just because you called me brother monkey, I, old son, will recognize you as my brother. The two of them did not treat each other as outsiders. Lin Ling was so familiar with the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Firstly, he came from Wuxia and had long yearned for ancient legends. Secondly, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was from the same sect as him, and he had even saved him. By the way, brother monkey, where is this place? Lin Ling asked again after drinking a few cups of wine. Silly, this is your square prison. I'm already called third supremacy, so I'm naturally imprisoned here. The old man next door is Guang Chengzi. The monkey said, rolling his eyes. Lin Ling was completely shocked. However, on second thought, he felt that it was normal. Because in the entire square prison, the only place he couldn't detect was where third supremacy was. Moreover, he had come to investigate previously, but he couldn't find anything. This world is very extraordinary. Don't be fooled by the fragrant flowers and chirping birds here. In fact, it's a world of fire outside. The monkey said again. This reminded Lin Ling of the 3 cells back then, and one of them was indeed full of divine fire. I'm the Lord Prison. I should be able to release brother monkey, right? Lin Ling took out a jade slip to check. No, even if you can release me temporarily, I still can't leave the square prison. Moreover, the most important thing is the 5-finger mountain on me. This is already beyond your jurisdiction. The monkey shook his head. 5-finger mountain? Could it be Buddha God Gautama? Lin Ling frowned. No, that old man can't even protect himself now. It's Buddha Dipankara, the monkey said with a smile. This also made Lin Ling sweep his gaze and realize that there was an additional green lotus lamp on the 5-finger mountain. Then can I save you? How can I save you? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. The monkey looked at Lin Ling, touched, but still shook his head. With your current strength, you can't even resist the laws of the universe. How can you save me? Brother, you're too considerate. Don't worry. Although I'm suppressed here, the square prison is on you. That's enough. I believe that old man Dipankara is also here. He searched everywhere for me, but in the end, he didn't know where the prison went. Back then, after the divine world shattered, the heavenly Tao collapsed. Everything was in chaos. The square prison also escaped the control of the gods. However, if Master was here, he could help me. Unfortunately, Master said long ago that he wouldn't interfere in my matters. Sigh, that's a pity. The monkey kept talking, making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. Let's talk about it when you become stronger. Regardless, I, old son, have benefited from knowing a brother like you. In this life, I, old son, have countless brothers, but you are one of them who dares to resist the laws of the universe. The monkey raised his wine cup, clinked it with Lin Ling's, and drank in large mouthfuls. Lin Ling also recalled that during the battle with the bronze door, the mysterious figure had once said that he was also someone who resisted the laws of the universe. Chapter 47:10. Brother, you've been here for 10 years. It's time for you to leave. I think Master is waiting for you. If you have the chance to see Master, you must tell him that I miss him very much. The monkey was a little drunk and was more talkative. But I think he already knows, hee. That's because I still have a doppelganger with Master. Right, if you want to leave this place, you have to break through the outermost Kunlun divine fire. I'll teach you a method. You should be able to break out. Hearing that, Lin Ling frowned. Kunlun divine fire? Of course. Otherwise, how can an ordinary divine fire stop me? Let me tell you, when I went out to help you previously, I had to expend a doppelganger to do so. Now I'll show you. The monkey plucked out a hair and blew it gently. Rumble. In front of Lin Ling, a gigantic ape appeared and grew continuously. It was indomitable and incomparably ferocious. This was the real god of war. The strength of this body was something Lin Ling had seen in his life. It was probably not much weaker than the 5 thearchs. However, this was just one of the doppelganger of the great sage, heaven's equal. You have the same aura as me. I'm guessing that back then, Master placed a 5-colored divine stone on you. Although it's not much, you can be considered to be of the same origin as me. How about I teach you a set of bronze wall and iron bones? Or I can teach you the 8-9 mysteries. However, if you want to cultivate this powerful physical body technique, you have to give up all your previous techniques. The huge ape looked down at Lin Ling and grinned. Brother monkey, there's no need for that. My physical body technique is not bad. It's suitable for me. Lin Ling thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. His physical body technique was the Pangu strike. It was also very powerful. If he could find the Pangu's physical body technique, Lin Ling would be able to transform into a Pangu. Alright then. The giant ape didn't force him because he also sensed that Lin Ling's body had a very ancient power that he couldn't see through. My boy, you have ancient divine abilities. Not only do you have the energy of my 5-colored godstone, you also have other divine abilities. In the future, you'll definitely be a god of an era. Now, I'll teach you the art of cloning. The giant ape laughed and took a step forward. Countless avatars of the giant ape walked out. It was as if there were countless giants standing under the green mountain. Watch carefully. All of the giant apes pointed at Lin Ling, and countless rays of light shot into Lin Ling's body. In Lin Ling's mind, a divine ability suddenly appeared. Avatar of the true body. In fact, throughout the many eras of the universe, there were many gods who were adept at using external incarnations. There were also many types of divine abilities, including Lin Ling's nascent Soul Great Dao physique. The nascent Soul Great Dao body would sprout once every 3,000 years, bloom once every 3,000 years, and bear fruit once every 3,000 years. Lin Ling had once cultivated to the realm of 3,000 years of germination. Now, with the guidance of the giant ape, Lin Ling's external incarnations were constantly growing and gradually blossoming. External incarnations of the true body are actually different methods of achieving the same result. Although your cultivation is different, what I've taught you is similar. After all, among the gods, when it comes to cloning, I, old son, am definitely ranked at the top. The giant ape disappeared quietly, and under the huge mountain, the monkey said proudly. Lin Ling stood there quietly, and light flowed in his mind. After an unknown period of time, a figure walked out, followed by a second and a third. Gradually, it reached 6,000. The nascent Soul Great Dao physique had completely blossomed, and there were 6,000 avatars. Moreover, these avatars had 99% of Lin Ling's strength. Apart from the hidden killer moves like the Pangu Strike and the 3 extremes of the universe, they had everything else. Fellow Daoist. All of the avatars looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Most importantly, the avatar's consciousness was getting stronger and stronger, and they could already comprehend the great Tao of the universe. Fellow Daoist. Lin Ling's true body also cupped his hands and smiled at the crowd. As long as the true body didn't die, these avatars would never die. Brother Monkey, I'm leaving. I'll come and see you next time. Lin Ling looked at the great sage, heaven's equal, and said, Here you go. Remember to bring more wine and meat next time. At the foot of the mountain, the monkey waved at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling smiled and nodded. With a step, he flew into the distance with his 6,000 avatars. From afar, it was a shocking sight. That was because there were 6,000 mid-stage mid-gods. Their combined battle prowess was absolutely terrifying. Rumble. After half a day, scorching flames began to appear in front of them. It was the Kunlun divine fire. This fire came from Mount Kunlun, and it was one of the first flames in the universe. It was incomparably ancient. When Lin Ling arrived with his avatars, A wisp of flame ignited one of the avatars. What a powerful Kunlun divine fire! Lin Ling was secretly shocked. However, he had many avatars, and it should be enough to support him to leave. Bang bang bang. More and more avatars exploded. In the end, 3,000 avatars had turned into ashes, and the remaining 3,000 avatars protected Lin Ling as they continued to charge forward. Fellow Daoist were almost there. The avatars also spoke in unison. Lin Ling saw that the most vigorous divine fire had appeared in front of him, as if it was burning heaven and earth, preventing anyone from leaving. Fellow Daoists, charge! Lin Ling looked at the crowd and nodded. Rumble! A large number of avatars were burned and turned into ashes. However, when Lin Ling rushed out of the towering flames, everything finally disappeared. Looking around, there were only 3 avatars left. Lin Ling was now in the square prison. Fellow Daoist Lin, congratulations on your return. In the prison next to him, a smile came at the same time. It was Guang Qingzi. At this moment he had an unfathomable smile on his face. Fellow Daoist Lin, congratulations on defeating the great law of the universe. Although that woman didn't survive, at least she reincarnated. Fellow Daoist Lin is also the first intermediate god to reincarnate. Strength to defeat the great law of the universe. Thank you, Senior. Lin Ling bowed slightly. If Guang Qingzi hadn't reminded him to fight with all his strength, Lin Ling might not have ended up like this. By the way, please take care of my disciple, the Yellow Emperor. Guang Qingzi said. Take care of him? He should be the one taking care of me. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. In the future he will have many things to entrust to fellow Daoist Lin. Moreover, if fellow Daoist Lin wants to grow in the Dao realm, you will need many opportunities. I can help fellow Daoist Lin. Guang Qingzi said. That's good. If I can help with the Yellow Emperor, I will definitely help. I have some matters to attend to, so I will leave first. I will visit Senior again next time. Lin Ling nodded politely. After cupping his hands in salute, he left without stopping to rest. Now, he wanted to return to Yu immediately. He guessed that Emperor Yao and the others hadn't caught him. Perhaps they would attack Yu. After a while, when Lin Ling reappeared, he found himself in the Godfall Void. There were several gods around him, looking curiously at the square stone stele. When they saw Lin Ling, they were all shocked. Chapter 47:11. Where did this guy come from? What's going on? Hey, who are you? Where's that stone tablet treasure? The gods were shocked at first, but they gradually came to their senses. They came from another continent and passed by the god meteorite void. Then, they saw an ancient stone tablet floating in the void. At first, they thought it was a meteorite, but after investigating it for a long time, they realized it was extraordinary. Just when they thought they had found a treasure, the stone tablet suddenly disappeared, and a cold man walked out. This was infuriating. After all, they had been investigating the stone tablet for a total of 3 days. Boy, where's my treasure? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. One of the elders said coldly, "Hand it over. I don't know how you stole our treasure, but if you don't hand it over, the protection of the Tao state will be useless against you." The others spoke one after another. In their opinion, Lin Ling must have stolen their treasure. At this moment, Lin Ling glanced at them and looked around. His gaze fell on the volcano in the distance, but it had become a void. This reminded him of the battle of the great laws of the universe not long ago. Little Ning. Lin Ling sighed in his heart, but soon he smiled. At least, Ning Qingxin's soul was not scattered and dissipated in the universe forever. That was enough. I hope you can return to the era after reincarnating. Lin Ling wished Ning Qingxin well. Every moment of accompanying Ning Qingxin in the volcano floated in his mind. That time was also one of the most peaceful days of his life. There was no battle, only peace and tranquility. Because Ning Qingxin was very pure, and she was not scheming at all. Being with her seemed to cleanse Lin Ling's heart. Now, seeing Ning Qingxin embark on the journey of life again, Lin Ling was happy for her. He hoped she could have a new life and have more enlightenment. Lin Ling did not have any romantic feelings for Ning Qingxin. He only felt that they were like-minded. "Hey boy, did you hear what we said?" Upon seeing that Lin Ling had ignored them and was instead looking at the void with a sigh, the god's fury seemed to have been ignited. "Alright, this is the first time I, Chen Wansen, have met someone who dares to ignore me." A tall and sturdy man shouted angrily as flames erupted from his body. However, even though the others were furious, they felt that it was slightly strange as well. For some unknown reason, they sensed an extraordinary aura of age emanating from this cold and indifferent man. It was as if this man was the heavenly Tao, the universe, and he was filled with endless hardships and glory. One had to know that they were not new deities. They had experienced the age of the gods and even reincarnated to cultivate again. They had long since become accustomed to the ups and downs of life. But that kind of vicissitudes paled in comparison to this man. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared, making them think that it was an illusion. "What are you guys talking about?" At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the crowd. F***CK. Everyone roared at the same time. Sure enough, this guy was ignoring them. What they said before was all in vain. "Where did you steal our treasures?" The old man shouted angrily. "Treasure? Stolen?" Lin Ling frowned and suddenly shook his head with a smile. "Are they talking about the square prison? What a joke! When did this treasure become theirs? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't kneel down and call me grandpa and hand over the treasure, I'll take away one of your Tao realm protection." Not giving Lin Ling any more chances, the old man erupted with powerful divine origin energy, intending to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The others did the same, their faces ferocious. Lin Ling shook his head and also unleashed the strength of a mid-level mid-deity. With a twitch of his brows, a large number of doppelgangers walked out from behind him. The most terrifying thing was that these doppelgangers were all mid-level mid-deities. In the blink of an eye, 6,000 mid-level mid-deities surrounded the few of them. "I'm from the age of the gods." The few deities wanted to announce their origins and make Lin Ling kneel down and lick their toes. However, the last sentence could not be said even after shouting for a long time. "Mid-level mid-deities? And there are so many of you? There are only 6 of us. How are we going to fight this?" In the blink of an eye, the few deities were so scared that their noses were running and their bodies were trembling. Moreover, they were cursing in their hearts. What kind of joke is this? How did this sneaky young man become so strong in the blink of an eye? One should know that the 6 of them were only early-level mid-deities. It was precisely because the evil spider god had disappeared that they entered the Godfall Void for the first time. Therefore, they did not expect that there would be such a strong expert in the Godfall Void. "Do you still want my treasure?" Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. No, you can steal it. That's your ability, senior." The old man in the lead kept waving his hands, his legs trembling violently. "Steal?" Lin Ling frowned. No, that treasure belongs to you, senior." "I said the wrong thing." The old man was stunned and quickly gave himself 3 hard slaps. Smack, smack, smack. The sound was crisp, but after the old man slapped himself, he still looked at Lin Ling with a smile. "Get lost." Lin Ling shook his head. He could not be bothered to argue with them. "Thank you, senior." "Thank you." The 6 deities almost knelt down and kowtowed. However, after taking a few steps, they suddenly looked at Lin Ling with tears in their eyes. "Senior, there are so many people blocking our way. We can't get out." 6,000 mid-stage mid-gods had surrounded them so tightly that not even a fly could escape, let alone the 3 of them. Most importantly, these 6,000 deities were very cold, as if they were the god of slaughter. "I forgot. Fellow Daoists, let them leave." Lin Ling nodded and said to the doppelgangers around him. The doppelgangers made way for them, but their faces were still cold. The 6 deities walked through the sea of people, trembling as they walked. It was just a short distance, but it was as if they had walked a lifetime. It was only after they had completely left that they dared to speed up and escape with all their might. "That scared me to death," the burly man called Chen Wansen said as he patted his chest. "It's so scary. It feels like we're walking on the edge of a blade." If those people had attacked us, we would have gone to hell. Stop talking nonsense. Let's run. Like frightened rabbits, they fled into the distance. Lin Ling ignored them. He looked at all the doppelgangers and said, "Fellow cultivators, go and pursue your own great Tao. Fellow cultivator Lin Ling, we'll meet again." All the doppelgangers cupped their fists and bowed to Lin Ling. Then they shot off in all directions. These doppelgangers had their own consciousness and could cultivate on their own. If their strength increased, they could return a portion to Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling's strength would definitely increase greatly. This was one of the methods that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had taught Lin Ling. Chapter 47:12. Last time in the God Meteor Fall Void, Emperor Shun brought people to hunt me down, but I managed to escape. They will definitely be unwilling to give up and will definitely look for me everywhere. I am most afraid that they will find Yu. Lin Ling looked into the distance, took a step, and left the God Meteor Fall Void. At this moment, there were indeed many gods around the island, and they were also looking for Yu and the rest. The origin of these gods was naturally Emperor Yao. Emperor Shun and the three divine sects of White Mountain found it difficult to find traces of Lin Ling and the rest. However, Emperor Yao was different. He knew that Lin Ling came from the nearby area. Therefore, after failing to catch Lin Ling and the rest in the God Meteor Fall Void, Emperor Shun also paid attention to the nearby area. He even sent out an expert, the late-stage mid-god Yin-Chao Old Man. This old man came from ancient times, and it was said that he was transformed from the jade zither that ancient goddess Nuwa once played. He had received guidance from the great Tao and was extremely powerful. He led countless powerful deities to search the nearby area. I am sure that they are here. Everyone has been looking for them for a long time, but we still haven't found them. This means that they have hidden themselves very well. Yin-Chao Old Man carried an ancient zither on his back and looked at the gods indifferently as he spoke. These gods were very powerful, and they were all mid-stage mid-gods. No matter, we will find them. I am most afraid that Lin Ling has hidden himself. If he does not dare to come back after seeing that we have caught his people, then it will be troublesome. One of the gods said coldly. He was the giant god White Tiger. That is all we can do now. If Lin Ling really does not dare to come back, then we can only say that he is a coward. The old man nodded. After that, the gods spread out again and began to search everywhere. At this moment, far to the southeast of the island, there was a surging river, but on the other side of the river, there was a valley. The valley was huge, and the inside was like a city. However, there was a barrier on the surface that blocked everything. Looking at the rolling river again, there were cosmic beasts rolling in the river, and this caused no one to discover the valley. Senior Luo Fu, this is our entire Lei Gong Hall. There were quite a number of people in the bustling city. On the main street, several people were walking slowly with a middle-aged man. Those people were Yu and the others. The one who spoke was Lei Gong. Lei Gong had returned from the God Meteorite Void. Because he wasn't able to help Lin Ling last time, he felt very guilty and volunteered to come back and protect Lei Gong's hall. Beside Lei Gong were Saint Yi, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu, Pure Maiden Whitewater, and the others. Not bad, not bad, your Lei Gong hall is very strong. The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as he spoke with a faint smile. He was tall and had a light beard on his face. His brows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. His bearing was extremely extraordinary. His name was Luo Fuzi. He was a late-stage mid-god expert. Most importantly, he had a powerful background. He was a subordinate of Di Jun, one of the 5 emperors. He was here today because he was invited by Lei Gong. When Lei Gong entered a secret realm in the Dao realm, he met Luo Fuzi in the secret realm. They worked together to pass through some dangerous places and became good friends. Now that the Lightning God Palace knew that the Lightning God Palace had offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, he wanted to find a strong backer for the Lightning God Palace. When he thought of the fact that Luo Fuzi had the backing of the 5 monarchs, he decided to invite him over. In his opinion, as long as Lei Gong Hall joined Di Jun's tomb, Emperor Yao and the others wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Your overall strength is very strong. I think Lord Di Jun will be very interested in you. As for the enemies you've offended, it's not that I, Luo Fuzi, am exaggerating. In the entire Dao realm, there are very few people who can make Lord Dijun wary. Luo Fuzi smiled faintly. That's great. Hearing this, Yu and the others laughed. However, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and Pure Lady Bai shook their heads secretly. They didn't seem to believe it. Giant Ghost and Emperor Zhang Gang frowned. Would Dijun offend Emperor Yao and the others for them? They obviously didn't believe it. However, they could only try their best in the current situation. I wonder where Lord Dijun is now. Why don't we go and find him now? Xing Yi suddenly smiled. It was too dangerous to stay here. It was better to leave. It was obvious that he trusted Luo Fuzi. After all, he was a friend of Lord Lei Gong. All right, you guys get ready and set off immediately. Luo Fuzi looked at Xing Yi. In fact, in the entire hall of Lei Gong, Xing Yi was the one who moved him the most. After all, Lei Gong said that Xing Yi was the descendant of the Eastern Emperor Tai and had the Eastern Emperor Tai Bell. Lord Dijun would definitely be interested in someone like him. All right, let's get ready and leave immediately. We don't want anything here. Seeing that Luo Fuzi had agreed, Xing Yi and Lei Gong were overjoyed and quickly said to everyone. They had lived here for quite some time, and it could be considered their first residence in the Dao realm. They were reluctant to give up everything and leave. However, when they thought of Emperor Yao and the other experts, they decided to leave with Luo Fuzi. Ah, I found you. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, shaking the entire valley. Rumble. Many houses in the valley were shattered by the sound. In the river far away from the valley, a large number of gods flew past. When they encountered the cosmic crocodiles, they stomped their feet and a powerful divine energy exploded, crushing the cosmic crocodiles into dust. Facing the cosmic crocodiles, they only needed to stomp lightly to kill them. This showed how strong they were. Oh no, they found this place. Lei Gong and the others' faces changed. They knew that Emperor Yao's people were looking for them. However, they didn't expect that they would find them in the end. If they were a moment later, they would have left this place. Rumble. Next, the valley was torn apart by a powerful force, revealing a large open space. A large number of gods walked over. Who are you? How dare you? Luo Fuzi's face turned cold. He said to Lei Gong and the others, Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch you. After saying that, he led Lei Gong and the others to welcome them. It's them. That's Xing Yi. At the same time, White Tiger and the others appeared in front of them. White Tiger pointed at Xing Yi. He obviously recognized Xing Yi. They really hid well. They hid on the other side of the Dao River and built a cave residence. With the divine barrier outside the valley, it's impossible to find them without getting close. An old man carrying a zither walked out slowly. It was Sound Nest Elder. His gaze swept across and finally fell on the few of them. Chapter 47:13. Where is Lei Gong Lin Ling? Inchao Old Man said calmly. Lei Gong Lin Ling is not here. You are not welcome here. Scram. Lei Gong did not back down. The three of you are quite strong. Unfortunately, you are still too weak for me. Now, I will give you a chance. Call Lei Gong Lin Ling back and I will spare your lives. The Sound Nest Old Man said faintly and looked at the gods behind him. The gods immediately nodded. They nodded. Seeing this, Sound Nest Old Man said again, Don't think that you can leave this place with the help of the Dao state fragments. Let me tell you, the protection of the Dao state is useless against me. Sky Observation Pure Thunder Array. Luo Fuzi suddenly raised his head and said with a frown. The sky around the valley suddenly became majestic as though it was endless. This was a powerful divine boundary array. It required a lot of treasures to set up, and those treasures were only available to those in the Dao requital realm. The array was not powerful. It was not a killing array, a defensive array, or an illusion array. It only had one effect, and that was to block the protection of the Dao state. Generally, those who could set up such a divine array all had great backgrounds. Because this array consumed too many Dao state fragments. Ordinary people would not be willing to use them. If they had the fragments, they would have exchanged them for treasures to cultivate. You have a good eye. Sound Nest Old Man nodded proudly. Now, are you going to wait to be captured, or are you going to die? If you are killed in this array, you will be dead for real. His words were full of threat, and Lei Gong and the others were shocked. They could not help but look at Luo Fuzi. No matter. I'm here. Luo Fuzi nodded at Lei Gong and the others to reassure them. Then he looked at Sound Nest Old Man and said, Fellow Daoist, why do you have to force us? How about giving me some face? I am Luo Fuzi. He did not expect this group of people to have a greater background than he thought. After all, the Sky Observation Pure Thunder Array was enough to explain everything. Luo Fuzi? I don't know him. Giant God White Tiger and the others shook their heads in disdain. Maybe you don't know Luo Fuzi, but there's a name you definitely know. Luo Fuzi was not angry, and said indifferently, Lord Di Jun. The giant god White Tiger and the rest had a slight change in their expressions. This also made Luo Fuzi smile faintly. These people were ultimately afraid of Lord Di Jun. Ha! But in the next moment, the White Tiger giant god and the others burst out laughing. The Sound Nest Elder pointed at Luo Fuzi and said with disdain, I was wondering who you were. So it's the 5 emperors, Di Jun. Although the 5 emperors are not to be trifled with, didn't they tell you that we are Emperor Yao's people? What? Emperor Yao? Luo Fuzi's expression changed. On this point, Lei Gong and the others really didn't mention it. They originally planned to mention it after they left. Moreover, they are not only the people Emperor Yao wants to capture, but also Emperor Shun and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Yin Chao added. This. Luo Fuzi's pupils trembled. Even if it was a great emperor, Lord Di Jun might not appear to help, let alone Emperor Shun and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. There was no way he could help at all. One had to know that although he was Emperor Jun's man, he was only a minor god under his tomb. He didn't have much authority to speak. Lei Gong, you and I are friends. I didn't expect you to almost get me killed. Luo Fuzi immediately looked at Lei Gong and complained. Lei Gong frowned instantly. Luo Fuzi, you and I have been through thick and thin together in the Dao realm. During the crisis in the secret realm, if you and I didn't support each other, we would have died in the secret realm. I thought that our friendship was enough to prove everything. Now you say that I got you killed? Shut up. Luo Fuzi's face turned green and red. He shouted angrily, if you had offended anyone else, I, Luo Fuzi, could have protected you. But you have offended the 5 emperors and 2 of them. In the entire Dao realm, who would dare to protect you? Also, in the entire Dao realm, who would be crazy enough to offend 2 lords at the same time? Human leaders. Don't say any more. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why are you looking for excuses? You can leave now. Our friendship is over. Lei Gong waved his hand and angrily stopped Luo Fuzi's unnecessary words. In fact, when they met in the secret realm and almost died, it was mostly Lei Gong who saved Luo Fuzi. Otherwise, with Lei Gong's character, he wouldn't have asked Luo Fuzi for help. However, he didn't expect that Luo Fuzi, who seemed to be his friend through life and death, would immediately stand by and watch in the face of a strong enemy. I helped you out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to treat me like a cabbage. Fine, settle this matter yourself. Luo Fuzi knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't want to lose face, so he snorted coldly. Senior Luo Fuzi, scram. Our Lei Gong Hall doesn't need your help. Moreover, you said before that there was someone in the Dao realm who was crazy enough to offend 2 human leaders. I'm sorry, but there really is someone who is that crazy. At this time, Treasure God Nanwo Fenyu laughed mockingly. This person is our current Lei Gong Hall's Lei Gong Lin Ling. You're a coward who's afraid of death, but don't treat everyone like you, coward. White Water Pure Maiden also spoke. Previously, they had been very polite to Luo Fuzi, almost to the point of flattering him. In the end, the other party was a person who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. Of course, throughout the entire process, they didn't have any expectations for Luo Fuzi. Everything was just giving face to Lei Gong. Haha. I don't know how strong your so-called Lei Gong Linling is, but in my opinion he's probably just a small god. Now, I want to see how you will deal with Emperor Yao and the others. Luo Fuzi laughed loudly and walked towards Sound Nest Elder. At the same time, he said, "Fellow Daoists, I won't interfere in this matter. Instead, I want to see how strong they are." "That's good." Sound Nest Elder gave face to Dijun, so he ignored Luo Fuzi. "Coward." Seeing Luo Fuzi with Sound Nest Elder and the others in the blink of an eye, the people in Lei Gong Hall mocked and scolded even more. Lei Gong looked at the crowd guiltily. He felt extremely embarrassed to have such a friend. "Lei Gong, you treat people with sincerity, but that doesn't mean others are the same. Don't take it to heart," Saint Yi advised, then laughed. "When Lin Ling returns, they will regret it, including that Luo Fuzi." Although Lin Ling's lifespan was exhausted, they all believed that Lin Ling wasn't dead. Especially Saint Yi. He had walked through the Dao realm miasma with Lin Ling and knew Lin Ling's origins. Therefore, he didn't believe that Lin Ling would fall in the Dao realm. "Lei Gong, Lin Ling isn't here, right?" At this time, Sound Nest Elder looked at Lei Gong and the others. "I'll give you a chance. Let the three of you come out and fight. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, hand over Lin Ling immediately." Chapter 47:14. Third battle? "Alright, I'll be the first." "Alright." Hearing Sound Nest Old Man's words, Lei Gong also walked out. He felt that he had lost face previously, so he wanted to make up for it now. "Your strength is not bad. Alright, I'll fight you." Sound Nest Old Man looked at Lei Gong indifferently and walked out. Behind him, the jade zither was held up. The moment the zither appeared, it shone brightly, and countless illusions of life lingered in the light. It was very mysterious. This zither seemed to have produced the smoke and dust of millions of people. Sound Nest Old Man stood quietly behind the jade zither, as steady as a rock. Lei Gong's eyes narrowed. Although Sound Nest Old Man was at the same level as him, he could feel a powerful aura emanating from the latter's body. This aura was so strong that it was like the strongest god in ancient times. Xingyi and the rest slowed down their breathing. They were all curious about the strength of this Sound Nest Old Man and whether he could fight Lei Gong. "Music score," Sound Nest Old Man said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, an ancient music score appeared. It was like a piece of cloth that he held with both hands. "You are not qualified for me to use my divine zither." He left behind a sentence, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lei Gong. The music score was like a river, sweeping towards Lei Gong's head. The seemingly soft music score was mixed with a heart-palpitating power. See reversing lightning incantation. Lei Gong's expression changed. He opened his hands, and lightning appeared. It turned into a lightning trident to block Sound Nest Old Man's attack. Boom! The lightning trident and music score collided. The entire valley exploded, and terrifying divine energy roared. Endless lightning bloomed from Lei Gong's body. His divine energy had reached the level of 5,000. Moreover, there was an indescribable power that swallowed and spat out. However, this power was very weak, so it was not obvious. This power was the power of the world's will. Bang, bang, bang. Under this faintly discernible power of the world's will, the music score seemed to be attacked by a gale. It was actually showing signs of being blown askew. "We are both late-stage mid-gods, but you can't suppress me with your strength." Sensing this, Lei Gong sneered. "You're not strong, but you sure talk big." The Sound Nest Old Man's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Suddenly, a ferocious divine force burst out from his body, reaching the 8,000 mark. "What?" Lei Gong's eyes narrowed. Crash. After the incomparably terrifying divine power was activated, the previously soft music score was like a waterfall, but also like a large blade. It actually forcibly resisted the lightning trident. 8,000 strands of the power of divinity against 5,000, the result could be imagined. The fork, which was filled with terrifying lightning, shattered in an instant. A large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Lei Gong's neck through the void. Then, it smashed him to the ground. Boom. This smash was like the collapse of heaven and earth. "We're both late-stage mid-gods, but you're far too weak compared to me. I forgot to tell you that I have a 9th rank god embryo. The amount of divine energy I can raise is far beyond your imagination. Sound Nest Old Man said disdainfully as he held Lei Gong's neck in a death grip. Previously, he had white hair and seemed to be a person of virtue and prestige. But who would have thought that after he attacked, his ferocious methods would be so terrifying? Lei Gong! Saint Guyi anxiously shouted from afar. There were 2 people he respected the most in his life. One was Lin Ling, and the other was Lei Gong. Dong Huang Tai Bell. His hands moved rapidly as if opening the door to the divine realm. Then, an ancient bronze bell came crashing down on Sound Nest Old Man. Dong Huang Tai Bell. The eyes of treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the others lit up. Saint Guyi was the strongest god among them, and Sound Nest Old Man had a powerful background, so he didn't put Saint Guyi in his eyes. Perhaps Saint Guyi had a chance to defeat him. Dong Huang Tai Bell. At this moment, Sound Nest Old Man's expression was solemn. He gave up on Lei Gong and drifted away. He landed lightly on the jade zither in the distance and sat down cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a boulder. Sound Nest Old Man is afraid of the Dong Huang Bell. Bai Shui and the others saw something and were overjoyed. It was as if they saw the dawn of victory. But at this moment, Sound Nest Old Man gently flicked his fingers and a melody floated out. The melody was very beautiful and even pleasing to the eyes. When it fell into the ears of the others, not only did they not feel any pressure, they even felt that there were signs of a breakthrough. But when it fell into Saint Guyi's ears, everything changed. It was as if he had entered some kind of illusion, and he had no control over his body. He couldn't control the Dong Huang Bell. Rumble! The Dong Huang Bell in the sky began to wobble. When it fell, it hit Lei Gong, causing Lei Gong to spit out a mouthful of blood and suffer heavy injuries. Saint Guyi! Such a strange scene undoubtedly caused treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the others to change their expressions. No, something's wrong with Saint Guyi. God Emperor Zhan Steel stared at Saint Guyi and found that Saint Guyi was sitting cross-legged as if he was resisting something. Could it be Sound Nest Old Man? Suddenly, God Emperor Zhan Steel looked at Sound Nest Old Man and guessed what was going on. What kind of technique is this? Treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the others reacted in shock. Saint Guyi had the protection of the Dong Huang Bell, so normal techniques couldn't affect him at all. But now, he seemed to be attacked. Moreover, it was against Lei Gong. One had to know that Lei Gong was the person Saint Guyi respected the most. God stares. At this moment, Saint Guyi spat out a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes with difficulty. He was still in some kind of illusion, but his body was being controlled, which caused the Dong Huang Bell to attack Lei Gong. And to control his body, only the god stairs had the power to do so. Moreover, the god stairs must be very powerful. With a 9th grade mid-god divine fetus and the god stairs, it was no wonder that Sound Nest Old Man was so confident. Of course, Saint Guyi was only an early-stage mid-god. If he was a mid-stage mid-god, Sound Nest Old Man might not be able to defeat him. Boom! At this moment, the Dong Huang Tai Bell slammed down again, and Lei Gong was severely injured. He looked like he was on his last breath and had completely fainted. Lei Gong! Everyone shouted and rushed over to the Thunder God's side, wanting to help. No one is to go. But soon, Saint Guyi's voice sounded, stopping everyone from helping. Because he knew that if they got close, they would be attacked by the Dong Huang Bell, and then things would be even more troublesome. Now, Saint Guyi could only control himself to prevent the Dong Huang Bell from attacking his own people, which meant that he had lost. Who is the third one? At this moment, Sound Nest Old Man spoke. His words made treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the others frown. The third one? Even the strongest Saint Guyi and Lei Gong had been defeated. How were they supposed to fight? Chapter 47:15. This was because their Lei Gong Grand Hall still had an expert who had not returned. It was Lei Gong Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had disappeared into the god cloud's void. Whether he could return in time was still unknown. Moreover, even Xing Guyi had been defeated. Even if Lin Ling returned, what could he do? In everyone's opinion, the strongest person in Lei Gong Grand Hall was Xingyi. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Lei Gong's, but even Xingyi had been defeated. Could Lin Ling win? In an instant, everyone had mixed feelings. They hoped that Lin Ling could rush back, but they also hoped that Lin Ling would not return. I know that you are stalling for time. At this time, Yin Chao Old Man spoke. Without waiting for Nan Wufengyu and the others to speak, he continued, with your strength, even if I don't do anything, the White Tiger Giant God and the others can slaughter you. Now, the protection of the Dao realm is useless against you. Your overall strength is no match for us. How can you fight us? Nan Wufengyu and the others were silent as they clenched their fists. Kiki, a bunch of ignorant people. You don't even know the strength of the 5 emperors. Luo Fuzi spoke as if he was with Yin Chao Old Man and the others. In fact, he had been scolded by Lei Gong and was in a bad mood. Now that Lei Gong and the others had been defeated, he was naturally happy. At least he wanted to let Lei Gong and the others know that it was not that he did not want to help, but that Emperor Yao could not resist at all, including him. On the other hand, Lei Gong and the others had asked Luo Fuzi to help. This was Luo Fuzi being unjust. Luo Fuzi, we are indeed ignorant people, but we are still better than a coward like you. It was Lei Gong's biggest mistake to know you. Oh right, don't say that you know Lei Gong. That's an insult to Lei Gong. Nan Wufengyu mocked when he saw Luo Fuzi gloating. You are about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. Veins appeared on Luo Fuzi's forehead as he looked at Yin Chao Old Man and said, in my opinion, these trash should be slaughtered to show the might of the 5 emperors. This person was narrow-minded. After feeling humiliated, he asked Yin Chao Old Man to kill them all. Kiki, just a bunch of ants. What sense of accomplishment would there be in killing them? However, Sound Nest Old Man shook his head. I can give you a chance. Call Thunder God Lin Ling out. You won't have to die. Other than Saint Guyi, his other goal was Lin Ling. Since he did not see them, he did not want to kill them. Because if he killed all these people, Lin Ling would not appear. White Water Pure Maiden said immediately. I don't care. From now on, I will kill one person every 2 hours until I kill all of you. You better pray that Lin Ling comes back. Otherwise, you will all die here. Yin Chao Old Man said coldly and left, disappearing from the valley. White Tiger and the others sneered at the people in Lei Gong's hall. Did you hear that? Kill one person every 2 hours. Remember, after you die, there will be no Dao realm protection. It will be true death. Think about it, this is a Dao realm. You need thousands of opportunities to enter. Are you going to sacrifice everyone for one Lin Ling? Call Lin Ling back obediently. When they said this, their eyes were full of disdain, as if they were looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Nan Wufengyu and the others came from the void of the 9 states. They were all indomitable figures. How could they take this lying down? Dream on. White Maiden roared and looked at Yu and the others. Since we can't escape death, why don't we fight with all our strength? Kill one person. What do you think? I think so. Sakura and the young demon lord nodded. They didn't think that Lin Ling could deal with these people and didn't want to be used as hostages to threaten Lin Ling. Thus, they wanted to die in battle so that Lin Ling could leave this place. He would avenge them in the future. But Nan Wufengyu nodded. He didn't want to involve Lin Ling either. The others nodded as well. However, Yu stopped everyone. This is because of Lin Ling. I don't want everyone to die here. I think Lin Ling doesn't want to see this scene either. But White Maiden frowned and wanted to say something, but Yu interrupted her. Believe in Lin Ling. If he can come back, he will definitely win. Think about it, in the rainforest, in the void of the 9 states, in the Dao realm, Lin Ling has given us so many surprises. Now, he will definitely give us another one. We will be pleasantly surprised this time. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They couldn't deny that Yu was right. However, logic told them that Lin Ling couldn't win against these gods. I'll bet. Nan Wufengyu gritted his teeth and made his decision. While they were talking, Giant White Tiger and the others were waiting with smiles on their faces, calculating the time. After an indeterminate amount of time, The white tiger giant god suddenly frowned. The way I see it, these people won't call Lin Ling back at all. Damn it, they must be treating us like idiots. Giant white tiger, it's not time yet. Don't be impatient. Next to him, a god smiled and shook his head. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling and Xingyi killed so many gods of Emperor Yao. Why should we be so nice to them? Since there's still an hour, let's start torturing them. Body, soul, everything. Giant white tiger smiled savagely. If anyone is tortured to death first, they can only blame their bad luck. Master, this is a great idea. Next to him, a young man nodded with a smile. He was the white tiger overseer divine lord. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, he was killed twice by Lin Ling and even lost the protection of the Dao realm. Now, he wanted nothing more than to grind Lin Ling's bones to dust. Don't worry, disciple, I'll make Lin Ling pay a heavy price. Giant white tiger nodded at his disciple. In truth, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. He had wasted a lot of time in the God's Fall Void, but not only did he fail to catch Lin Ling, but he had also been following Lin Ling and eating Lin Ling's fart. When had he, giant white tiger, ever suffered such a great loss in his cultivation? That's good too. Although it's one person every 2 hours, torturing someone won't kill them so quickly. When they're about to die, time will be up. The gods nodded. 12 of you come out. Now kneel and kowtow. Whoever kneels and kowtows the fastest will not be tortured for the time being. After getting the gods' agreement, giant white tiger looked at the people in Lei Gong's hall and rubbed his chin, looking forward to seeing the people in Lei Gong's hall scramble to kneel and kowtow. I'll do it. Don't fight with me, I'll do it. 12 people? That's too few. Remember, you must call my name. Chapter 47:16. Such a scene enraged giant god white tiger and the rest. This was not something they wanted to see. Damn it. What kind of bewitching potion did Lin Ling give them to make them so fearless of death? Or did they think that their purgatory torture was child's play? As one of the leaders of Lei Gong's hall, I'll go first. Treasure god Nanhua Fenyu blocked the rest and spoke first. Stop fighting, I'm Lin Ling's servant. I'll bear this torture. White water pure girl, you're a woman after all. I'll take your place. Emperor god John Steel, giant ghost, and the rest also walked out one after another. Then, seeing that the others were unwilling to give up, they said, don't worry, we're the first 12. After we die, it'll be your turn next. As soon as he said that, Sakura and the others were willing to give up and didn't continue to argue. Yu and Yuer looked at each other, their eyes wet. Lin Ling, what did he do to deserve these people to accompany him in death? Lin Ling had no regrets in life to have these brothers and companions by his side. This is Lin Ling's charm. Lin Ling treats his enemies fiercely, but he treats his friends well. That's why they're willing to be humiliated for Lin Ling. Xian Yuang suddenly laughed, feeling inexplicably touched and proud. Let's see how arrogant you can be. At this moment, the white tiger giant god coldly snorted. He walked out with several gods and unleashed his powerful god essence, turning it into sharp blades. If you dare resist, we'll kill everyone immediately. The white tiger's supervising soldier divine lord said sinisterly. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, the people of Lei Gong's hall would never resist. It wasn't that they were afraid of these people, but that they didn't want to implicate their own people. Cut them. Giant god white tiger roared and controlled the divine essence blades to cut at treasure god Nanhua Fenyu and the rest. Furthermore, there were also soul force blades that were cutting into their souls. It was like the most terrifying purgatory in the underworld, causing the blood and bones of treasure god Nanhua Fenyu and the others to fall to the ground. Come on, let's see how powerful you are. Whoever goes soft is a coward. Too weak. Are you trying to tickle me? Giant Ghost, Emperor God Zhan Gang, and the others roared as their eyes turned red. Their bodies were drenched in blood, and even their souls were trembling. Their flesh and bones were separated, but they didn't die. Tragic. Incomparably miserable. In the distance, Yu and the others clenched their fists. They couldn't bear to watch. Everyone. Sheng Yi struggled to open his eyes and groaned in pain, but he couldn't do anything to help. Does it feel good? Does it hurt? Whose eyes are these? The white tiger's supervising divine monarch swaggered over and pulled out Nan Wufenyu's eyes, extremely cruel. As long as a god didn't die, they could recover their lost flesh and blood, but the pain of losing flesh and blood was unavoidable. Lei Gong, are you awake? Look at your friends. Where's Lin Ling? Tell him to get his ass back here. If he's late, they won't be able to hold on much longer. Giant god White Tiger walked up to Lei Gong, grabbed a piece of meat, and began to chew on it. It was Emperor God Zhang Gang's meat. Although the meat of a god couldn't compare to a treasure of heaven and earth, it was still a great supplement. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Giant god White Tiger laughed as he ate. Lei Gong had already woken up. Seeing this scene, his body trembled and his eyes moistened. He hated that he was too weak, or these heartless people wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. Lei Gong, do you still dare to be smug in front of me? Even I can't protect you. Who in the entire Dao realm can? Also, you said that your Lin Ling dared to provoke Emperor Yao. Now do you know the consequences of provoking Emperor Yao? Luo Fuzi saw Lei Gong's dejected state, and his face twisted in anger. He was venting his anger. Lei Gong and the others had their fill of cursing, but now, did they still have the energy to do so? These people dare to mess around in Emperor Yao's territory? They don't know what's good for them. Last time, we were just giving face to Ancestor Red Cloud. This time, who can save them? I think that Lei Gong Lin Ling won't dare to come back. Such a sad scene, even his legs will turn to jelly. The gods around smiled coldly. There were many of them, and there were many gods outside the valley. However, at this moment, a roaring sound came from the river in the distance. The water rippled as if there was an ancient giant beast running on the river. At the same time, a large number of universe alligators rushed out. However, just as they rushed out of the water, they were immediately killed by an unknown force and turned into minced meat. What powerful strength! Who is it? The gods outside the valley frowned as they stared at the water ripples. Only then did they realize that it was a young man in a blue robe. This young man looked very young, but his strength was unfathomable. Most importantly, his face was cold, and his aura was as if he came from the underworld. Just one look was enough to make the gods tremble in fear. Who is this person? An old man frowned. He had the strength of a mid-stage mid-god, but even he felt great pressure. This showed how powerful the person who had come was. He looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, one of the gods frowned and pondered for a moment. Finally, his expression changed greatly. He is Lei Gong Lin Ling. One should know that Emperor Yao's territory was very big and there were countless gods. Lin Ling was only one of them when he caused havoc in Emperor Yao's territory. Therefore, he was the only one who could recognize Lin Ling. Lei Gong Lin Ling? He's back? The other gods were stunned for a moment, then they sneered and were about to inform the other gods in the valley. However, at this moment, a large hand reached over and suddenly grabbed one of them, fiercely clenching it. Bang! The sound of a balloon bursting was heard, and that god was crushed into pieces. The funny thing was that they had activated the Sky Observation Thunder Array to make Yu and the others lose the protection of the Dao state. However, they never expected that the array would be the culprit behind their deaths. This was because they were killed without even using the protection of the Dao state. The eyes of the remaining three gods narrowed as they stared at the newcomer in disbelief. The newcomer walked over. His speed seemed slow, but he appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Two big hands stretched out gently. Swoosh! One of the gods was torn in half by the hands. Endless blood and flesh spilled out and dyed the ground red, tearing a god apart. The remaining two gods' legs went soft, and they sat on the ground. This person was too strong. He killed a mid-stage middle god with just his hands? Bang! The newcomer took a step forward like a giant's leg. A powerful pressure fell on the head of one of them, crushing him into meat paste. The other was grabbed by the neck and dragged into the valley like a dead dog. Bang! Then, a head fell into the valley, shocking the valley. I Lin Ling am here. Chapter 47:17. As the voice drifted out, it attracted countless gazes. Everyone looked at the man who slowly walked in, and at this moment, their expressions changed. The gods from Emperor Yao all narrowed their eyes, especially those who saw Lin Ling for the first time. They frowned. This was the Lin Ling that made Emperor Yao so angry? He looked very ordinary. As for Giant God White Tiger and Divine Lord White Tiger, their eyes flashed fiercely, and they almost laughed out loud. To them, Lin Ling had finally returned. One must know that in the God Meteorite Void, they had been chasing Lin Ling until they were badly battered, but they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Now, Lin Ling had finally walked right into their trap. I've long felt that there was no need to chase Lin Ling. It's better to let him walk right into our trap. Giant God White Tiger said indifferently. Lin Ling ignored them and walked straight towards Treasure God Nanwufengyu and the others. When he saw their bloody scene, his heart sank to the bottom. In fact, before he returned, Yu had already informed him, which caused him to quicken his pace. At that time, Yu didn't know if Lin Ling was still alive or where he was. She was just reminding Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Treasure God Nanwufengyu and the others also looked at Lin Ling. Although they were very weak, they still forced a smile. However, their faces were disfigured, so their smiles were a little ferocious. Big brother, young Master Yao, bring them back. Lin Ling nodded to them, then looked at Lei Gong's hall and said. Sakura and the others quickly carried Treasure God Nanwufengyu and the others away, and Lin Ling turned to Giant God White Tiger and the others. He knew very well that if he had come a little later, everyone in Lei Gong's hall would have died. Giant God White Tiger and the others wouldn't have shown mercy. Don't worry, I will slaughter all of you. Lin Ling said word by word, his voice filled with killing intent. As soon as he said this, everyone in Lei Gong's great hall laughed. Their Lei Gong had returned, and they now had a pillar of support. Lin Ling, their leader, is Sound Nest Old Man. He is a late-stage mid-god expert and has the powerful divine steps. You must be careful. Saint Guy opened his eyes with great difficulty and reminded. I know. Lin Ling nodded. With his soul force, he could naturally sense a powerful aura not too far away. But to him, it was nothing more than that. His gaze was fixed on the White Tiger Giant God and the others, and a chilling murderous intent erupted from him without restraint. He was still brooding over Ning Qingxin's death. Coupled with what happened in Lei Gong's palace, he couldn't wait to kill Emperor Yao and the others. White Tiger Divine Monarch. Suddenly, Lin Ling stared at a familiar face. It was this person who started the feud between him and Emperor Yao. He didn't expect that this person would dare to appear in front of him. Hee, you are finally back. The last time you killed me, I lost the protection of 2 Dao realm experts. I have always remembered this grudge. The White Tiger Divine Monarch smiled sinisterly at Lin Ling. With so many powerful gods around, he naturally didn't fear Lin Ling. You don't have to remember it for too long. Lin Ling walked over step by step. Is it because you are about to die that I have to forget about you? The White Tiger Divine Monarch shrugged. No, it is because you are about to die. After Lin Ling said those words, he suddenly disappeared. His speed was too fast, and no one present could react in time. One must know that Lin Ling was now a mid-stage mid-god with 7 dantians. His strength wasn't something these people could see through. Bang! A palm suddenly reached out and grabbed the neck of the White Tiger's supervising Divine Lord. Lin Ling. The White Tiger Divine Monarch was just a low god. The gap between him and Lin Ling was too big. He couldn't fight against Lin Ling at all. His other hand reached out and grabbed the White Tiger Divine Monarch's chest. Then he tore it apart. Swoosh! Fresh blood splattered like water. The skin under the White Tiger Divine Monarch's chest was torn off. And Lin Ling was holding a piece of human skin. Looking at the White Tiger Divine Monarch, the flesh on the front half of his body was clearly visible. It was terrifying. Ah! The White Tiger Divine Monarch cried out in pain. Although he was a god, he had never suffered such torture. But Lin Ling placed his hand on the White Tiger Divine Monarch's back and tore it apart. 2 pieces of human skin fell to the ground. and the white tiger divine monarch was completely covered in blood. "Master, master!" he shouted anxiously. He was in so much pain that tears of blood flowed out. As the change happened too quickly, he didn't even have time to react. He also didn't expect Lin Ling's methods to be so cruel. Even the pupils of Emperor Yao's deity were trembling. They also didn't have time to react. They also didn't expect Lin Ling to attack so quickly. Now that they saw the white tiger divine monarch covered in blood, they inexplicably felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that torturing others was fun, but when their own people were tortured, it was a nightmare. Perhaps, when their own people were tortured, it made them feel like they were being tortured as well. "Lin Ling, how dare you touch my disciple?" The white tiger divine monarch cursed, gnashing his teeth in anger. Lin Ling was too fast. By the time he noticed, the white tiger divine monarch had already been captured. Now, he didn't dare to attack for fear of breaking the vases. This is just the appetizer. After the skin, it's time for the tendons. Lin Ling sneered. With a slight movement of his palm, he swiped the white tiger divine monarch's body. All of his meridians were pulled out. One by one, they were thrown to the ground by Lin Ling like hairs. Every time a vein was pulled out, the white tiger divine monarch groaned, his entire body trembling in pain. However, he was a god and he couldn't die. "Lin Ling." The white tiger divine monarch trembled and spat out a sentence. "Don't panic. After the skin and tendons, it's time for the bones." Lin Ling sneered. "When they tortured treasure god Nanwufenyu, didn't they panic?" Lin Ling waved his right hand and rubbed the white tiger divine monarch's body. Fresh blood dripped. A large number of bones were pulled out and thrown to the ground. "Ah, Lin Ling, kill me, kill me." The white tiger divine monarch was in even more pain. The surrounding gods also inexplicably shuddered. "After I torture your soul, you can slowly die." Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Powerful soul force surged into the white tiger divine monarch's body. Like ants, it devoured the divine monarch's soul bit by bit. Bang! Then, the white tiger divine monarch was thrown to the ground by Lin Ling. At this moment he was like mud, his entire body twitching non-stop. He never imagined that when he followed his master here to see Lin Ling being tortured, he would be the one being tortured. Most importantly, after being skinned, tendons pulled, bones eroded, and soul tortured, he didn't die. In fact, at this moment, his perception of the outside world was 100 times clearer than usual. But the more it was like this, the more pain he felt. He couldn't even beg for death. Chapter 47:18. That calm voice, for some reason, gave all the gods a huge pressure, as though they were looking at a superior god. "This is Lin Ling." Luo Fuzi frowned. At first, he thought that Lin Ling was some kind of trash, but now that he saw him, he knew what a domineering character he was. No wonder this person dared to offend Emperor Yao. However, being domineering and ruthless was not enough to dominate everything. In the Tao realm, strength was everything. "Lin Ling." The white tiger god's face was filled with murderous intent. "Don't worry, you will be the last to die. I want you to die in despair." Lin Ling did not even look at him. He disappeared from where he was, as though he was shuttling between time and space. Bang! When he appeared again, he was in front of a god. He grabbed the god's chest and pulled out the god's deity heart. "Not good, my Tao realm is protecting me." That god endured the pain and exclaimed. He realized how terrifying it was to not have the protection of the Tao realm. More importantly, they were the ones who made the protection of the Tao realm disappear. Bang! Lin Ling crushed the deity heart. With a plop, that god died. Killing a mid-stage middle god was as easy as chopping vegetables. In fact, Lin Ling did not even need to use the third stage of innate fusion. With a slap, the terrifying godly energy roared. 2 gods were smashed into meat patties. Lin Ling had 7 great dantians and 7 great talents. After breaking through 1 Dan realm, the power of divinity he gained was simply too great. Overpowered. Completely overpowered. The white tiger god's face changed. He wanted to stop Lin Ling, but he was shocked to find that he could not catch up to Lin Ling's speed. Moreover, Lin Ling had a powerful aura that made it difficult for him to get close. Lin Ling had broken through. He finally realized a terrifying reality. Back in Emperor Yao's territory, Lin Ling was just a small god. If not for Ancestor Red Cloud, he could have killed Lin Ling as easily as killing a chicken. But now, Lin Ling actually gave him a huge sense of pressure. How terrifying! Other people broke through realms in millions of years, but Lin Ling actually took less than 1,000 years. What about 1,000,000 years later? The giant god White Tiger found it hard to imagine. In his eyes, Lin Ling was still slaughtering the deities. In fact, throughout the entire process, Lin Ling's expression was cold and detached, and he hadn't said a single word. It was as if slaughtering gods was as simple as eating a meal. The most frightening thing was that Lin Ling's explosive means were not strong, but everything was smooth, so coordinated, so orderly. Hurry up and run. The deities also panicked and wanted to escape from here. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so different from the rumors. He was actually so much stronger than them. Looking at Yu and the rest, they were also astonished. Although they knew that Lin Ling wasn't any weaker than these gods, they didn't expect him to be so much stronger. It was practically a one-sided suppression. Completely defenseless. That was the best way to describe those gods. Boom. Lin Ling didn't even use the tyrannical song sword. He just relied on his fists. It was extremely easy for him to destroy a god's divine essence and body with every punch. Caught you! At this point, the giant White Tiger, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, finally appeared behind Lin Ling. Powerful power of divinity erupted and suppressed Lin Ling. Rumble! It was as if the whole ground was shaking. However, Lin Ling took the giant White Tiger's attack head-on and came out unscathed. Don't worry, I said that you'll be the last to die. So, enjoy their deaths. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him as he vanished on the spot. The giant White Tiger maintained his attacking posture, but his back was already drenched. The difference was too great. Despair finally rose in his heart. An hour later, dozens of mid-level mid-deities were all dead. The whole valley was covered in divine blood and divine bones. It was so quiet that it was like hell. The only ones still standing were the giant White Tiger and Luo Fuzi. They were silent, and their pupils were trembling. Even Luo Fuzi, a late-level mid-level deity, felt his heart thumping non-stop at this moment. Still not coming out? Sound Nest Elder. Lin Ling stood quietly among the countless corpses. His clothes were dyed red by divine blood, but he didn't seem to feel it. Instead, he looked into the distance and said, his expression was still calm. There was only indifference and no emotion on his face. It was as if killing dozens of mid-level deities was nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, this gave the giant White Tiger and the rest tremendous pressure instead. Mid-level deities were no ordinary gods. Even in the Dao realm, they were mid-level strength. Each of them had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. For such experts to be killed so easily, could it be that this Lin Ling was once an ancient giant god? You're Lei Gong Lin Ling. Finally, a calm voice slowly drifted over. The Sound Nest Elder walked over from afar. You've been watching for so long just to see my strength. Now you're afraid. Lin Ling looked at the Sound Nest Elder and said, he already knew that this person was here, and he also knew that this person had witnessed his massacre. The reason why this person didn't appear was obviously because he was afraid of Lin Ling. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The Sound Nest Elder nodded solemnly. In the beginning, he didn't think much of Lin Ling's massacre, thinking that the giant White Tiger and the rest could handle it. But later, he realized that it was wishful thinking. The giant White Tiger was scared silly. Even he was scared out of his wits. You're the one who defeated Lei Gong and Xianxia? Lin Ling asked again. Yes, I'm a late-level mid-level deity. The Sound Nest Elder nodded. Good. You're the next to die. Now you're ready. Lin Ling didn't waste any more words. He walked out, seemingly slow, but in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Sound Nest Elder and lightly punched out. Lin Ling. This scene caused Xianxia and Lei Gong's expressions to change drastically. The Sound Nest Elder wasn't an ordinary late-level mid-level deity. He had the steps of the gods and a 9th-grade divine fetus. Lin Ling was too reckless to take the initiative to come to him. One must know that Lei Gong was also a late-level mid-level deity, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Sound Nest Elder. You're too impulsive. The Sound Nest Elder was surprised by Lin Ling's choice. He took out the music score in his hand and 80 million strands of divine energy suppressed. In his opinion, Lin Ling was only a mid-level deity. Although he was strong, how could he resist his 80 million strands of divine energy? 80 million strands of divine energy was a rare existence even among late-level mid-level deities. Rumble. The music score was like a waterfall, sweeping out. Terrifying energy rushed into the sky, causing the primordial aura in the sky to tremble. Countless people were sent flying by the powerful impact. If not for the fact that the Sound Nest Elder's target was Lin Ling, the energy would have been enough to kill Yu and the rest. This time, you're all dead. Chapter 47:19. Lin Ling had used the earth-splitting technique. Divine energy was ineffective against him. What? Luo Fuzi roared in shock. Damn it. Sound Nest Old Man also roared. A mid-stage mid-god could withstand 80 million strands of divine energy and come out unscathed? Facing Lin Ling, a mid-stage mid-god, he did not need to use any tricks. As the saying goes, 1 can defeat 10. That was enough. However, it had no effect at all. Withdraw, Song of Mountains and Rivers. Sound Nest Old Man roared and activated all of his divine energy, reaching the limit of 90 million strands of divine energy. The music scores seemed to have a spirit of their own. They immediately contracted and bound Lin Ling tightly. However, 90 million strands of divine energy was ineffective against Lin Ling. Gray Robe. Lin Ling roared and the third stage of the innate fusion technique appeared. His divine energy was 30 million, and after the third stage of the innate fusion technique, it reached 50 million. As for his physical strength, it was 20 million strands of divine energy. After the innate fusion technique, it reached 50 million strands of divine energy. One was divine energy, and the other was physical strength. Both had reached 5,000 strands of divine energy. Previously, he had 2,000 strands of divine energy. Now, he had 2,000 strands of it. This was because he had cultivated all 7 danshans at the same time. After breaking through 1 dan, all of his domains had been upgraded. His speed was 7 times that of other gods. With 2,000 strands of divine energy, it was not difficult for him to resist 90 million strands of divine energy. Swoosh! With a rumble, the ancient music score was torn apart by Lin Ling's hands and thrown to the ground, causing the ground to crack. This kid! Lei Gong was shocked. Previously, he had battled Sound Nest Old Man, so he knew how terrifying the music score was. However, it was torn apart by Lin Ling. When did Lin Ling increase his strength so much? Moreover, Lin Ling was only a mid-stage mid-god. What would happen if he reached late-stage mid-god? Lei Gong did not dare to imagine. Of course, he was shocked. After all, when Lin Ling battled with the Bronze Gate, he was only an early-stage mid-god. Therefore, this was the first time he saw Lin Ling explode with mid-stage mid-god strength. Sound Nest Old Man's pupils were trembling. His back was drenched in cold sweat. He thought that Lin Ling was already very scary, but after seeing Lin Ling's strength explode, he felt that this horror had reached a new level. He immediately floated backwards, and a jade zither appeared. With a slight movement of his hands, countless illusions of life appeared. This was the steps of the gods. Lin Ling, you underestimate me too much. I have the 9 heavens jade zither once played by the ancient goddess Nuwa, and I have the god steps. You are no match for me. Do you know how Xianxia lost? He lost because of my divine steps. Sound Nest Elder roared hysterically after flicking his hands. It's just using music to control other people's souls into illusions and then dominate their bodies. Playing such tricks, I'm your ancestor. Lin Ling instantly saw through Sound Nest Elder's divine steps. In truth, these steps of the gods were the same as the steps of wisdom. They were both sealing techniques. However, Lin Ling had cultivated the steps of wisdom for many years, and his soul force was extremely powerful. Everyone had the same steps of the gods, and Lin Ling was not afraid of anyone. The steps of wisdom. Lin Ling took a step forward, and a terrifying soul force surged out like a wave. Rumble. Although it couldn't break Sound Nest Elder's steps of the gods, it affected him. His steps of the gods were in chaos, and he couldn't play it calmly. Not good. You also have the steps of the gods, and among the 6 realms, elementary, Dao sense, dominator, primary, ancient, and Taisha eternal. Yours is Taisha eternal. Sound Nest Elder's heart exploded in disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Ling would have so many methods, and all of them were so ancient. Saint Yunyi was now awake. He looked at Lin Ling in shock, not expecting Lin Ling to be able to break Sound Nest Elder's method. My lord is even stronger than me. Saint Yunyi finally came to a conclusion. Everyone in the area was shocked by Lin Ling's strength, and they were speechless for a long time. The White Tiger Giant God and Luo Fuzi were trembling, their eyes flickering. It's a waste for Nuos Zither to fall into your hands. Lin Ling walked forward step by step and used Split the Heavens, slashing out viciously. Rumble. The Jade Zither in front of the Sound Nest Old Man was actually split into 2 halves. Sound Nest Elder was still sitting there, but he was stunned, dumbfounded, and even dazed. The treasure of an ancient giant god was also split in half? Although the Zither wasn't a chaos divine artifact, because Nuwa had played it before, it was no small matter. After he obtained it, he treated it like a treasure. But now it was destroyed. This Lin Ling was simply omnipotent. Looks like you don't have any more tricks. Originally, I wanted you to go back and tell Emperor Yao that if you want to fight, come personally. But now, forget it, because I can't bear to let you leave alive. Lin Ling stood in front of Sound Nest Elder, looking down at him. His soft voice and disdainful eyes made Sound Nest Elder feel as if he was looking at Emperor Yao. Sound Nest Elder wanted to say something, because he thought it was just a small mission, but he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. This Lin Ling's strength was beyond imagination. Shio. Blood flashed, and the tyrant song was finally unsheathed. The sword slashed across Sound Nest Old Man's neck, and a head fell off. Fresh blood spurted out from Sound Nest Old Man's neck like a volcanic eruption. A powerful late-stage mid-god had fallen here. One had to know that Sound Nest Elder had brought a large number of gods to capture Lin Ling and resist Lei Gong Hall, but the entire Lei Gong Hall was powerless to resist. Instead, Lin Ling single-handedly uprooted them and slaughtered them all. Now, there were only 2 left. White Tiger and Luo Fuzi. Their faces were pale. At this point, they didn't have any thoughts of resistance. The only thing they had in their hearts was despair. White Tiger. Lin Ling also looked at the giant White Tiger god. This was a god who had once looked down on him, but now he was trembling in fear before him. Are you afraid? Are you regretting coming here? Are you regretting that you set up a divine barrier, causing the protection of the Dao realm to be ineffective? Are you regretting that you didn't kill me when we were in Emperor Yao's territory? Lin Ling walked towards White Tiger step by step. His every word was exactly what White Tiger was thinking, and everything was exactly the same. If he had killed Lin Ling in Emperor Yao's territory, he wouldn't be where he was today. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that Lin Ling would become so strong not long after. I regret it. White Tiger gritted his teeth, but his eyes were dim, and he had completely lost the power to resist. I forgot to tell you that Goddess Tianxi is also dead. Now, you shall accompany her on the road to hell. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, and the tyrannical power cut White Tiger into pieces. Chapter 47:20. Who are you? At this time, Lin Ling looked at Luo Fuzi. With just a glance, Luo Fuzi's body trembled, and he quietly took a step back. After experiencing Lin Ling's massacre, Luo Fuzi was completely afraid of Lin Ling. Well, I'm not Emperor Yao's man. Luo Fuzi hurriedly explained and then planned to leave. He quietly turned around and took a step forward. This short step was like the most important step in his life to him. He never thought that after becoming Di Jun's man, there would be a day when he would be afraid. Moreover, when he thought of how high and mighty he was in front of Lei Gong and the others, he was so ashamed that he wished he could dig a hole and hide in it. With his strength, he wanted to protect Lei Gong's hall. He was overestimating himself. Lin Ling frowned slightly and was puzzled by this person. However, this person was not Emperor Yao's man, so he could not be bothered with him. However, at this time, a voice transmission came. It was Yu Yu's voice. Lin Ling listened quietly, then looked at Luo Fuzi and said indifferently, "Wait." With just one sentence, Luo Fuzi felt as if he was struck by lightning. He even panicked and sat on the ground. Don't kill me." He let out a panicked voice, and then his pants were wet. Yu Yu and the others stared at Luo Fuzi and could not help but laugh sarcastically. They did not expect Luo Fuzi to be so frightened. "You're Lei Gong's friend?" Lin Ling looked at Luo Fuzi and asked. Yu Yu had already told him everything about Luo Fuzi's arrival. Yes, I'm Lei Gong's friend." Luo Fuzi did not dare to look at Lin Ling. "You said you would help us before, but then you went back on your words and even joined forces with Yin Chao Elder to deal with me?" Lin Ling said again, his voice cold. "My lord, I didn't attack Lei Gong and the others. You've wronged me. I was wrong. I should have continued to stand on Lei Gong's side." Luo Fuzi anxiously waved his hand. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. "If I wasn't a match for Sound Nest Elder and the others, what would you have done?" Lin Ling said again. "This." Luo Fuzi opened his mouth because this was an obvious answer. He would definitely mock and rejoice in other people's misfortune, and even hit them when they were down. "I heard that Lei Gong saved your life once. How can you treat him like this?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. He hated this kind of ungrateful person the most. Spare me. I'm Di Jun's man. Di Jun is one of the 5 emperors." Luo Fuzi was completely afraid of Lin Ling, so he could only use his backer. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. 5 emperors? The Sound Nest Old Man and the others weren't from the 5 emperors? Luo Fuzi was stunned. The Sound Nest Old Man and the others were also from the 5 emperors, but what happened in the end? Didn't they still die? This Lin Ling didn't even put Emperor Yao in his eyes. "You've already offended Emperor Yao. Don't tell me you want to offend Di Jun too? In the Dao realm, offending 2 human leaders at the same time. Aren't you digging your own grave?" Luo Fuzi suddenly thought of something, and his confidence increased by a notch. Lin Ling suddenly smiled sarcastically. "Not only Emperor Yao, I've also offended Emperor Shun. What's the big deal if there's another Emperor Jun? Moreover, I remember that under Emperor Jun's tomb, there were a few guys called the 3 provinces' old ancestors. They seem to have been killed by me." Luo Fuzi's newly born confidence instantly disappeared. His expression was as if he had seen a monster. Where did this Lin Ling come from? Why did he dare to offend 3 human leaders at the same time? He's crazy. Lei Gong's character is loyal and righteous. Unfortunately, sometimes he trusts others too much. Although this is his business and I shouldn't interfere, as half of his disciple, I can't bear to see him being deceived. Lin Ling's body was filled with murderous intent. "If you want me to be an ugly person, I'm willing to do it." Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, Demon Subduing Destruction. The cosmic ray was like a cage, sealing the universe and suppressing Luo Fuzi. Oh no. Before Luo Fuzi could say anything, his soul was cut to death. With the strength of a late-stage mid-god, he still couldn't block one move from Lin Ling. After doing this, Lin Ling finally felt a sense of fatigue. He had killed 2 late-stage mid-gods in succession and fought dozens of middle-stage mid-gods. He had reached his limit. His soul energy, divine energy, and even his physical strength had been greatly consumed. "Lin Ling, my lord." At this moment, everyone in Lei Gong's hall looked at Lin Ling, their eyes moist. Luo Fuzi didn't care about their friendship and instead hit Lei Gong when he was down. They felt bad for Lei Gong for having such a friend, but in the end, he was Lei Gong's friend. It wasn't good for them to interfere. However, Lin Ling interfered. He helped Lei Gong get rid of this friend because Lin Ling knew that Luo Fuzi had completely broken off relations with Lei Gong. In the future, he would definitely harm Lei Gong if he had the chance. And for Lei Gong's safety, Lin Ling was willing to be the ugly person. This was their Lord Lei Gong of Lei Gong's hall. There are some treasures here. Take them to recover. Lin Ling hurried over and took out some treasures to heal Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and the others. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and the others had been tortured, but they were still gods. As long as they spent some time, they could recover. However, if Lin Ling had returned a step later, it would have been hard to say. My lord, I'm useless. At this moment, Xingyi stood up and looked guiltily at Lin Ling. The enemy had arrived, and he couldn't help much. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they would have all died. And he, Xingyi, was the #1 general of Lei Gong's hall. My lord, I'm useless too. Young Qilin also bowed to Lin Ling. Ha, this has nothing to do with you. After all, how long have you been in the Dao realm? And how long have the enemies been in the Dao realm? Not to mention, the enemies are the 5 emperors. It's normal that you can't beat them. Even old monsters who have cultivated in the Dao realm for millions of years can't beat the 5 emperors. Lin Ling advised with a smile, and I believe that you will soon gain a firm foothold in the Dao realm. Xingyi and the others nodded heavily. They were only early-stage mid-gods now. Naturally, they couldn't compare to those old monsters. But if they stepped into mid-stage mid-god, it would be hard to say. Especially Xingyi. His potential was the most terrifying. After breaking through, he would definitely be able to kill those above his level like Lin Ling. Now, Emperor Yao has found us. If Elder Chao and the others haven't returned, Emperor Yao will probably send more experts here. So let's leave this place. Lin Ling looked around and said, although his strength had increased greatly, it was still impossible for him to fight against Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun. Alright. Chapter 47:21. Lei Gong Lin Ling, right? My lord is looking for you. The old man stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Lin Ling and the others had just left the valley when they were suddenly stopped. They all frowned. One had to know that they had not been in the Dao realm for long and did not know many people. Who would take the initiative to look for them? Who is your lord? Lin Ling could not help but ask. He only knew Goddess Yu Ying and the Yellow Emperor in the Dao realm. He was not familiar with anyone else. There is a letter of challenge here. Just accept it. The old man sized up Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling was young and that the people around him were not strong, he immediately shook his head. A letter of challenge was thrown over, and Lin Ling accepted it. Lei Gong Lin Ling, I have heard a lot about you. I will be waiting for you in Lingxiao City. Please come and spar with me. The words in the letter of challenge were domineering, as if Lin Ling had to go. However, it was signed off by Emperor Dong Hua. So it was him. Lin Ling suddenly understood. The last time he went to look for the Xian Qi of the universe, he had caused Emperor Dong Hua and the others to return empty-handed. These people must hate Lin Ling to death. However, Lin Ling did not expect that this person would be able to find him. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I heard that you have offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao. You are in an extremely dangerous situation. If these 2 human leaders know that you are here, I wonder what the consequences will be? Seeing that Lin Ling did not speak, the old man said calmly, however, my lord is very easy to talk to. As long as Your Excellency Lin Ling goes, the 2 human leaders will not know that Your Excellency Lin Ling is here. This sentence was full of threats. Lei Gong Lin Ling was now somewhat famous in the Dao realm. It was said that he had offended Emperor Shun and other experts. Emperor Dong Hua naturally knew about this. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not go, then Emperor Dong Hua would tell Emperor Shun and the others about Lin Ling's whereabouts. This was Emperor Dong Hua's confidence. What do you think? The old man seemed to know that Lin Ling would definitely go. Unfortunately, he did not know that Emperor Yao had already come looking for him, and that a late-stage mid-level expert had fallen here. Otherwise, Emperor Dong Hua would definitely not dare to send someone to invite Lin Ling. Lingxiao City? Lin Ling did not answer whether he was going or not, but asked curiously. After the Lingxiao Palace in the era of the gods was destroyed, Someone moved it to the Dao realm and turned it into Lingxiao City. This city is a divine city. Back then, many gods from the era of the gods were nostalgic, so they liked to gather here. It's normal that you don't know. With your background, you probably didn't go there back then. Let's go to Lingxiao Palace. The old man said proudly. I see. Lin Ling nodded in realization. Are you going now or not? The old man asked again, his expression becoming somewhat impatient. Of course, why not? Lin Ling sneered, then nodded at Saint-Gu. Saint-Gu understood Lin Ling's meaning, and without another word, the Donghuang bell suppressed the old man. A terrifying aura pressed down, causing the old man's originally aloof expression to instantly change greatly. What a terrifying aura! What was this? According to Emperor Donghua's words, Lei Gong Linling was just an unknown god. Back then, he was also unknown, so he did not take Linling seriously at all. But who knew that Linling's people were so strong? Linling, what are you trying to do? I'm just passing a message on behalf of Emperor Donghua. The old man's face was filled with fear. Passing a message? Linling looked at the old man with disdain. Since he has issued a challenge, it means that Emperor Donghua doesn't like me. I've never been nice to my enemies, and it's the same for those who pass on a message. You! The old man's lungs were about to explode. This Linling was too unruly. Kneel here obediently and wait for me to return before you leave. Linling left with these words and left with the crowd. I really don't understand. You're just a piece of trash passing on a message. Who gave you the guts to be so arrogant? Saint Gue sneered, then activated the Donghuang bell to suppress the old man. Rumble. The ground rumbled. The Donghuang bell wasn't something that the old man could withstand. It crushed him to pieces, but it wasn't life-threatening. Therefore, the protection of the Dao realm didn't appear. The phantom of an ancient bell appeared on the ground and rumbled, suppressing the old man so much that he couldn't turn around. Linling. The old man spat out blood and roared. Unfortunately, Linling and the rest were already far away. He immediately knew that he wouldn't be able to escape from this suppression for at least 100 years. After all, he was just an early-stage mid-god. Most importantly, it would be difficult for him to commit suicide while being suppressed. Saint Gue held the Donghuang bell in one hand and looked at it with disdain before chasing after Linling and the rest. In his opinion, a mere messenger dared to be so arrogant. If not for the fact that Linling only wanted him to teach him a lesson, he would have sent that old man back to his hometown. Big brother Ling, where's Firmament City? Yu asked curiously as she followed Linling. This was the first time she had traveled so far after leaving the island. After all, they didn't have the strength to travel so far in the past. But now Linling's strength was different from before. Although he couldn't fight against Emperor Yao, he wasn't afraid of ordinary gods. I'm not too sure, but I think the letter of challenge will point us in the direction. Linling said to Yu with a smile. Linling, who's Emperor Donghua? He seems very powerful. Is it really okay for us to go like this? And Yue thought of something and asked worriedly. He's just a villain. Linling shook his head. If it was before, I might not be his match. But now, he's nothing in my eyes. Emperor Donghua was just a late-stage mid-god. It wasn't like Linling hadn't killed such a god before. Linling's strength has increased tremendously after breaking through. Longyang was also in the crowd. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She and the 10 orthodoxies knew about Emperor Donghua. Back in the abyss, these experts were so powerful that they couldn't fight against them. But after returning from the abyss, Linling was no longer afraid of these experts. Of course, if they hadn't experienced the valley incident, they would have thought it was a fool's dream. But in the valley battle, the late-stage mid-god Sound Nest Elder was chopped up like a vegetable and couldn't withstand a single blow. This made them realize that Emperor Donghua might not be Linling's match. According to the letter of challenge, Linling and the others headed east. At this moment, in the far east, rays of light shot up into the sky. Purple chi from the east. In the distance, a large number of rainbows streaked across the sky. Then, they landed on the ground and entered the city. These were all gods from several eras. Looking at Firmament City, it was majestic and sacred. In front of the huge city gate, a plaque hung there with the words, Firmament Palace of the King written on it. Chapter 47:22. For many gods, especially those from the era of the gods, the Lingxiao Palace contained their memories, allowing them to feel the feeling of the era of the gods. Therefore, whenever they were free, they would gather in the city and reminisce about the past. Therefore, countless powerful gods from the era of the gods had gathered in this city. My lord, Lei Gong Linling is probably coming, and Emperor Dong Hua has been waiting for a long time. At this moment, in a restaurant in the Lingxiao Palace, a man in armor cupped his hands and bowed. There was a table in front of him, and a middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes was sitting there. This person was drinking lightly, but his every move seemed to carry the laws of the universe with it. It was very powerful. Behind him, the sun and moon were majestic, protecting the ancestors. He was one of the 5 emperors, Great Emperor Xuanxu. Legend had it that Great Emperor Xuanxu's mother saw the Alcade star and comprehended the laws of the universe, giving birth to Xuanxu. Therefore, Xuanxu was born with a golden spoon in his mouth and created a civilization in the ancient era. Although he couldn't be compared to seniors like the Yellow Emperor, he still had some outstanding merit. This Lin Ling is really capable. He offended Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, and he still dares to stay in the Dao realm. The middle-aged man took a sip of wine and said calmly, "It said that he has the 10 great chaos divine artifacts, and there are people from the Donghuang clan in the tomb with the Donghuang bell. That's why Emperor Yao is targeting him and wants to get those 2 treasures." The man said, "Yes." Great Emperor Xuanxu nodded. He has offended 2 great emperors in the Dao realm, so he can't do anything. Coupled with Emperor Donghua, he will definitely suffer. This is also our chance. My lord, what do you mean? The man's eyes flashed. That's right, I want to take him in as my tomb. Great Emperor Xuanxu revealed a wise look. This Lin Ling is quite capable. If he grows up, his strength will definitely be extraordinary. Helping him now is like giving charcoal in the snow. He will definitely be grateful to me. My lord, you are indeed thoughtful. The man nodded his head in admiration. I heard that this Lin Ling has offended the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain. Now, he is surrounded by enemies everywhere. He can't even protect himself. If the great emperor is willing to step in, he will definitely be grateful to limitless and loyally work for you. If you want to obtain a person, you must first obtain his heart. No matter how ambitious this Lin Ling is, he is still beneath me. Great Emperor Xuanxu smiled and said, Now, let's just wait for Lin Ling to be defeated. Alright, what's the strength of this Lin Ling? It is rumored that he is an early-stage god. The man said, Emperor Donghua is a late-stage mid-god. Lin Ling won't be able to defeat him. Even if he is a mid-stage mid-god, he is still no match for Emperor Donghua. Let's just wait for the show to start. Remember, when Lin Ling is in danger, you must help him and bring him to me. Emperor Xuanxu instructed. The man immediately accepted the order and left. While they were conversing, in Firmament City, a man in embroidered clothes with endless divine light appeared on the Immortal slaying platform. The Immortal slaying platform was the highest place in the entire Firmament City. Moreover, it had an extraordinary origin. Back then, it was the place where the Heavenly Emperor killed demons from all over. On the Immortal slaying platform, countless gods and demons had been executed by the Heavenly Emperor. Now that the Heavenly Emperor was no longer around, the Immortal slaying platform had become a beautiful scenery. However, because too many gods and demons had been killed, this place had become a taboo. Ordinary gods did not dare to come here. Once someone arrived on the Immortal slaying platform, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people. Who is that? Doesn't he know that the Immortal slaying platform is not a place that one can enter casually? I think it is Emperor Donghua. Emperor Donghua, one of the emperors back then. He is very powerful and once guarded the east of the divine realm. What is he doing here? I heard that he wants to fight someone. In the Firmament Palace, gods from all over were discussing. Interesting. I think a god or demon is going to fall. Moreover, in some corners of the city, Extremely famous demon kings and demon emperors from back then were also sitting there, watching this scene with a smile. I am Emperor Donghua. I have come here today to fight someone and defeat that person in front of all the gods of this era. At this moment, Emperor Donghua's voice sounded like a brilliant heavenly might. Emperor Donghua, who are you going to fight and cause such a commotion? The other party must have a powerful background. Someone asked curiously. Emperor Donghua looked down at all the gods in the city, taking in everyone's expressions. At this moment, he actually had the feeling that he was leading the era and dominating the gods. After all, even though he, Imperial Monarch Donghua, was extremely famous all those years ago, but unfortunately, he was only slightly famous during the past few eras. Moreover, because of the different eras, he could only dominate one area in one era. However, after the arrival of the will of the world, the gods had fallen and then reincarnated, causing the great gods of several eras to gather. This also gave him an even bigger stage. A stage that allowed him to laugh proudly for several eras. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Emperor Donghua said indifferently, his voice spreading throughout the city. Lei Gong Lin Ling? Who is that? Some people didn't know Lin Ling, while others had vaguely heard of this name. This person wasn't a famous god back then. In fact, he could even be said to be unknown. However, after the great calamity of the will of the world, the famous gods back then all fell. They either reincarnated or inherited the inheritance of their previous lives. However, it is undeniable that they are not as powerful as they were back then. But this Lin Ling's, he was unknown back then, but now he is famous. Because he offended Emperor Shun, Emperor Yao, and the three great divine sects of White Mountain. Just based on this, he is a distinguished figure. Emperor Donghua said indifferently, describing Lin Ling as extremely powerful. Because of this, the opponents he challenged would be of value, and people would admire him even more. This person is so ferocious. Sure enough, the gods were shocked. Challenging two great emperors and the three great divine sects of White Mountain at the same time, this was no small character. It seems like Emperor Donghua's opponent is also powerful. However, no matter how powerful he is, can he be compared to Emperor Donghua? I think he won't dare to come. After all, now that everyone in the city knows his name, Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao will come to kill him, he won't dare to come. A voice sounded, and suddenly the entire city fell silent. After offending two great emperors, it would be strange if this Lei Gong Lin Ling dared to come. Emperor Donghua also frowned. He was only thinking about how to make this battle a sensation and how to kill Lin Ling to wash away the humiliation in the abyss. He had neglected this point. Damn it, it seems like my efforts were in vain. This immortal slaying stage was also wasted. Emperor Donghua cursed silently. Emperor Donghua, I'm here. However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Many people appeared in the distance. They stepped on the clouds and arrived in a mighty manner. The person in the lead was none other than Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. Figures landed one after another. Lin Ling took a big step and stepped onto the immortal slaying stage. Emperor Donghua, I, Lin Ling, am here to challenge you. Chapter 47-23. Emperor Donghua, I'm here to challenge you. Yes. His ethereal voice spread all over the place as if he had arrived at the peak of the era. In Lingxiao City, gods from various eras, whether they were famous or not, all looked at the young man. They only knew that Lin Ling was a little famous. However, they didn't expect that this god who had appeared out of nowhere would be so arrogant and actually dare to fight. Lei Gong Lin Ling, why is he here? Isn't he on the other side of the god's fall void? Damn it, this kid is like a rat. One moment he's here, the next moment he's there. No one can track him at all. Forget about him. Inform the three divine sects of White Mountain immediately. In a corner of the city, the gods from the three divine sects of White Mountain were discussing with sneers. Lin Ling dared to appear here. Since he was here, he shouldn't think about leaving. The same thing happened on the other side. For example, the gods under the tombs of Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao were also discussing. Oh my god, didn't Sound Nest Elder go to catch them? Why is this guy here? I think he ran fast. Sound Nest Elder and the others missed. Inform Emperor Yao immediately. This Lin Ling is quite lucky to be able to escape from Sound Nest Elder. He's quite capable. However, he shouldn't have come here. The entire Lingxiao city seemed to have been stirred up by Lin Ling. The incomparably famous demon gods and demon emperors were now licking their lips as if they had found a good tomb and wanted to recruit him for their own use. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you really came. Looking at the immortal slaying platform again, Emperor Dong Hua looked coldly at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed. I must be dreaming. You really came. Why wouldn't I come? Lin Ling looked at Emperor Dong Hua indifferently, his eyes calm. Don't you know that I, the Laughing Buddha, and the others have long wanted to settle the score with you? Emperor Dong Hua's laughter grew louder and louder. He was also venting his frustrations from the trip to the abyss. In his opinion, if it weren't for the great Yin Yang primordial mystery dragon and the Yellow Emperor, Lin Ling wouldn't have been worth a fart. Lei Gong Lin Ling, you simply don't understand the vastness of this era. You come from a tiny place, how could you understand the grandeur of the god realm? Emperor Dong Hua stopped laughing. His expression was full of disdain. His chin was also raised high. Beneath the immortal slaying platform, the gods who had traveled together with him in the abyss were also furious and cold. That day in the abyss, they didn't obtain anything. Instead, many people died. All of this was thanks to this Lin Ling. Emperor Dong Hua, kill him. That's right. The difference in strength between you and him is so great. You should be able to control his soul and use it to slay immortals and gods. The pitiful ones are those who came with Lin Ling. They're going to suffer as well. The Laughing Buddha and the others spoke one after another. It was as if a senior was teaching a junior a lesson. The people in Lei Gong's palace stood quietly in the distance. They didn't expect these gods to be so despicable. As the saying went, one shouldn't harm one's family. They were going to suffer as well. Unfortunately, these people's ideas were good, but they obviously couldn't be realized. Because Lin Ling wasn't as simple as he looked. Emperor Dong Hua, you sent me a letter of challenge because of this? On the immortal slaying platform, Lin Ling quietly listened to Emperor Dong Hua's words and then asked with a frown. Previously, he had been curious as to why Emperor Dong Hua had sent him a letter of challenge. What disappointed him now was that it was because of the Millennium Promise. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. Is this a small matter? Emperor Dong Hua also didn't expect Lin Ling to look so disappointed. Could it be that this Lin Ling was waiting for something? But this was too much of a disregard. Alright, cut the crap. Don't use the tone of a senior to talk to me. To be honest, your tone makes me very uncomfortable. Without waiting for Emperor Dong Hua to speak, Lin Ling was already prepared to attack. Using the tone of a senior to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Of course, he could do that. But the prerequisite was that Emperor Dong Hua had to have the strength of a senior. To be honest, apart from being unknown during the era of the gods in his previous life, Lin Ling surpassed Emperor Dong Hua in everything else. In terms of the ancient gods he had seen and in terms of familiarity with the universe, Emperor Dong Hua couldn't compare to him. Rumble. Without any nonsense, Lin Ling punched out. You actually dare to attack me first. Emperor Dong Hua was extremely surprised. His divine essence erupted to resist Lin Ling's divine power. Rumble. The two of them fought fiercely on the immortal slaying platform, divine light filling the sky. Emperor Dong Hua was indeed a late-stage midgod. His divine power was extremely powerful, but he was still weaker than Yin Chao Elder. However, he was a little surprised when he fought Lin Ling. This was because when he was in the abyss, Lin Ling was only an early-stage midgod. Now, he had reached mid-stage midgod and was an existence that couldn't be underestimated. It wasn't impossible for him to defeat one or two late-stage midgods if he went all out. Unfortunately, he could only defeat one or two, and that didn't include Emperor Dong Hua. This Lin Ling is not simple. He actually broke through in such a short period of time. You have to know that for a god to break through, it takes 100,000 years. However, this shows how precious Xianxia is. This guy must have used Xianxia to break through. Damn it, these treasures originally belonged to me. Emperor Donghua thought as he fought, and he became even angrier. In fact, he didn't know that the Xianqi Lin Ling obtained at the bottom of the abyss was useless now. It was still hidden in his body. That guy broke through. It's probably primordial Xianqi. Damn it, we always get a lot of Xianqi during the 1,000-year agreement, but this time, we returned empty-handed. It's all because of that kid. Yes, seeing him break through while we return empty-handed, I'm very unhappy. Below the Immortal slaying platform, the Laughing Buddha and the others were also livid. At this moment, in a restaurant in Firmament City, Emperor Xianxia was still drinking wine with his eyes closed as though he had a card up his sleeve. My lord, this Lin Ling and Emperor Donghua are locked in battle, and it said that he broke through. A man cupped his hands and bowed. He's quite capable, but this makes me even more determined to subdue him. Don't worry, I reckon Emperor Donghua hasn't gone all out yet. After all, there's an insurmountable gap between a mid-stage mid-god and a late-stage mid-god. That Lin Ling can't win. Emperor Xianxia smiled, very satisfied with Lin Ling's cultivation progress. He said calmly, "Go, pay attention to the Immortal slaying platform. You must save Lin Ling before Emperor Donghua kills Lin Ling. You can't do it a moment earlier or later. You should know this." "I know." The man revealed a confident smile. Chapter 47-24. However, this man was very experienced because he had already subdued many ancient gods for Emperor Xianxia. I estimate that in less than an hour, the outcome of the battle will be decided. Lin Ling should be feeling the pressure by now. The man disappeared from the restaurant. Looking at the Immortal slaying platform again, Lin Ling had already fought with Emperor Donghua for 3 hours, which shocked the gods of Firmament City. This Lei Gong Lin Ling has not lost after so long. Yes, he is considered an extremely powerful mid-stage mid-god. No wonder Emperor Donghua values him so much. Do you think Lin Ling will turn the tables? The sound of discussion resounded throughout the entire city. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard. The Laughing Buddha looked up to the sky and laughed, his eyes filled with disdain. "You don't understand." The calm voice floated out again. The Laughing Buddha looked at the gods with contempt, as though mocking their ignorance. "Do you think that Lin Ling can last 3 hours in the hands of Emperor Donghua because Lin Ling is very strong? In reality, this is just Emperor Donghua's cat-and-mouse game. Emperor Donghua only needs one move to defeat Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling ruined our plans, letting him die like this would be letting him off easy. Therefore, Emperor Donghua gave Lin Ling hope and let Lin Ling be happy for a while before forcefully killing this hope." The Laughing Buddha continued, "Think about it. When a person sees the hope of surviving and feels that he can defeat a late-stage mid-god, his heart will surge with excitement. But reality will always give him a vicious slap in the face, smashing him into the abyss. At that time, his body will suffer a beating. The blow will never be as great as the blow to his heart. So that's how it is. I've said it before. How can a mid-stage mid-god fight against a late-stage mid-god? In several eras, there have been very few gods with such strength. It's not easy to see one. It seems that we have been overthinking." All the gods nodded in understanding, but they also revealed gloating smiles. When Lin Ling found out that Emperor Donghua only needed one move to defeat him, who knew how he would feel? He would probably go crazy. One move. This was everyone's evaluation of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, after reaching mid-stage mid-god, your strength has indeed improved tremendously. You are actually able to resist me for so long. Aren't you proud? At this moment, Emperor Donghua's voice came from the Immortal slaying platform. However, Lin Ling remained silent. Unfortunately, you are too optimistic. Reality is reality, and it will give you a fierce slap. Emperor Donghua didn't intend to hide his strength anymore. Let me tell you, I only used 50% of my strength before, but you already used your full strength. If I used my full strength, you wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from me. I'm toying with you like a mouse. Lin Ling remained silent. Most importantly, he disdained to speak. Next, I will show you my full strength. I will defeat you in one move. Emperor Donghua roared, and a terrifying power of divinity erupted, reaching 50 million. Boom! A punch suddenly descended, as if a god's fist was about to destroy the world. Very quickly. And the power was extremely terrifying. The entire Immortal slaying platform shook. If not for the fact that this was the execution ground where the Celestial the Arch killed gods and demons, it would have collapsed long ago. However, Lin Ling's fist also collided with his. The two fists collided, and Lin Ling staggered back. His dantian was churning, but he wasn't injured. What? Emperor Donghua's eyes narrowed. His punch contained 50 million points of divinity, but it didn't seriously injure Lin Ling. Lin Ling could still stand? His expression instantly turned ferocious. It was as if he had lost all his face. Lin Ling shook his head. The reason why he was still waiting was that he felt that Emperor Donghua's challenge to him was not that simple. Therefore, he wanted to see what was hidden in it. However, he had been fighting for so long, and nothing else seemed to have happened. Was he overthinking? Forget it, it was time to end it. Lin Ling, it seems like I've underestimated you. However, you risked your life to block my punch. You've probably reached your limit. Next, I won't give you another chance. I'm going to heavily injure you and then prevent the Dao state from protecting you. After you're heavily injured, I'll slowly torture your soul to death. Emperor Donghua's expression became even more ferocious. This time, he was finally serious. Divine essence burned like flames on his body. The divine fetus talent had descended. It was the moon of Donghua. This also caused his power of divinity to soar instantly. An 8th grade divine fetus. I estimate that his power of divinity has reached 50 million points. How terrifying! Are you blind? The previous punch was 50 million points. Now, it has probably reached 60 million. Looking at Emperor Donghua's soaring aura on the Immortal slaying platform, the gods were shocked. Emperor Donghua was one of the reincarnated gods with the fastest cultivation speed. He was very strong back then, and he was still very strong now. And 60 million points of power of divinity was obviously not something a mid-stage mid-god could withstand. After all, ordinary mid-stage mid-gods only had 1,000 points of power of divinity at most. The powerful ones only had 2,000. However, when 2,000 and 6,000 clashed, the difference was 3 times. Lin Ling, you'll lose. Emperor Donghua's entire body seemed to be burning. This was the moonlight flame. This also caused countless moons to spurt out from his body and splash in all directions. In the eyes of others, it was as if the moons of the thousands of worlds in the universe had arrived. It was very dazzling, so dazzling that one could not see his figure clearly. This was also the power of Emperor Donghua's divine fetus. Apart from special divine abilities, even soul power could not find Emperor Donghua's figure in the moon. In fact, Lin Ling also could not detect it. This made him secretly surprised. Emperor Donghua's talent was not bad. Then, Lin Ling sensed that danger was approaching. He finally shook his head. 3rd stage. Previously, he did not even use innate talent fusion. He relied on his own body to fight Emperor Donghua. And this was only 30% of Lin Ling's strength. Now, he had used 80%. Emperor Donghua had 60 million points of power of divinity. Unfortunately, Lin Ling only had 5,000. Boom. Without using any divine abilities, Lin Ling also punched out. The two fists collided under the dazzling moonlight. Bang, bang. At this moment, the Immortal slaying platform cracked open. Countless divine blood and demonic bones appeared and then reformed. It turned out that the Immortal slaying platform was built with divine blood and demonic bones. No wonder it could be passed down for so long. Boom. The entire firmament city seemed to be slapped down by a powerful palm. That aura also raised the dust in the streets and alleys into the sky. I didn't expect Emperor Donghua to be serious. I hope Mu Lin is still in time. Chapter 47-25. Oh no, I was too slow. Emperor Xuanxu's subordinate frowned. The battle had changed too quickly, causing him to be unable to react in time. Of course, he did not expect Lin Ling to be able to block Emperor Donghua's punch. Otherwise, there would not be such a scene today. What terrifying strength! Emperor Donghua is indeed powerful when he's serious. That Lin Ling was probably seriously injured by that punch. He's probably being taken away by the Dao realm protection. People were also whispering. The Dao realm protection can't take him away. Emperor Donghua can only control his strength and will only seriously injure Lin Ling. He won't kill him. In that case, the Dao realm protection won't appear. Just wait, when those moons disperse, you'll be able to see the scene of Emperor Donghua trampling on Lin Ling. The laughing Buddha laughed and said with incomparable confidence. Swoosh. At that moment, a scream suddenly sounded. Then, a figure fell from the sky. Bang. After crashing to the ground, he spat out silver blood as if he was spitting out moons. Everyone focused their eyes and instantly, the entire city fell silent. Because the person who fell from the Immortal slaying platform was actually Emperor Donghua. This must be a dream. The full-powered attack of a late-stage mid-god was actually knocked off the Immortal slaying platform by a mid-stage mid-god? Wasn't it said that when Emperor Donghua was serious, Lin Ling would not be able to block a single move? At that moment, everyone was silent. There were all kinds of complicated expressions on their faces. Some were shocked. Some were mocking. Even more unbelievable. Without a doubt, the laughing Buddha and the others were the most unbelievable. One had to know that when they were in the abyss, Lin Ling was no match for them at all. Even Goddess Yu Ying's maidservant dared to mock Lin Ling. But now, the one who was knocked off the Immortal slaying platform was Emperor Donghua. The gap between them was simply too great. This also in disbelief was the fact that he wanted to help in Emperor Zhuanshu's tomb. He had calculated the time and time to save Lin Ling at the critical moment. However, he did not expect that the one who was defeated was actually Emperor Donghua. As a result, his plan was foiled. Ironically, Great Emperor Zhuanshu had been confident that he would be able to subdue Lin Ling. But now, he was at a loss for what to do. This Lin Ling is so strong? Didn't you say that in Emperor Shun's territory, even mid-stage mid-gods could hunt him down? That's just a rumor. Didn't you see it? Now, even the late-stage mid-god Emperor Donghua has been defeated. No wonder Emperor Shun had to come personally. It turns out that this kid really can't afford to come. After the initial shock, voices continued to float out. As for the deities from Emperor Yao, their expressions changed drastically. Not good. I just received news that Sound Nest Old Man and the others did not return and have all disappeared. He didn't disappear. I think he's dead. Didn't you see him? Even Emperor Donghua is no match for him. Moreover, this Lin Ling doesn't seem to be using his full strength at all. At this moment, High Firmament City was in turmoil because of Lin Ling. The name Lin Ling quietly rose in this era. Looking at the Immortal slaying platform again, a man in a gray robe slowly flew down and then stepped on Emperor Donghua's body, preventing him from standing up. His eyes looked down at Emperor Donghua with extreme calmness. There was no excitement at all, as if everything was very normal. This gaze made Emperor Donghua realize that his heart was on the verge of breaking down at this moment. He even suspected that this was the Lin Ling he saw at the bottom of the abyss. Otherwise, why would the gap be so huge? Are you really just purely challenging me to a battle? Stepping on Emperor Donghua, Lin Ling asked indifferently. Lei Gong Lin Ling, kill me if you can. If you can't, I'll definitely come back and kill you one day. Emperor Donghua thought that Lin Ling was trampling on his dignity. However, he was not afraid because he had the protection of the Dao realm. He could leave at any time. What embarrassed him was that today was supposed to be his moment of glory, but he was being stepped on. This was his greatest humiliation after becoming a god. Back then, he dominated the east of the divine world. Not to mention being stepped on, no one even dared to scold him. But now, how could he face anyone? He had to avenge this grudge. Do you really think I can't kill you? In fact, I haven't even used my full strength against you. Lin Ling said indifferently. Emperor Donghua's pupils constricted, and he was humiliated beyond recognition. A mid-stage mid-level god fighting a late-stage mid-level god like him actually didn't use his full strength. Instead, a late-stage mid-level god went all out. At this moment, he suddenly felt that inviting Lin Ling to a duel was such a stupid move. Kill me if you can. Emperor Donghua was a little flustered as he roared angrily. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't intend to wait any longer. Perhaps he was overthinking. This was a very ordinary battle between gods. He activated the 3 extreme universe break. As soon as this soul power was released, a terrifying wave of energy pressed down and landed on Emperor Donghua's soul, causing it to tremble. The most terrifying thing was that he clearly didn't sense any life and death danger, but the depths of his soul felt that something was wrong. He also instantly knew that Lin Ling had the strength to kill him. Emperor Donghua couldn't speak properly. At this moment, he panicked. In fact, as soon as the 3 extreme universe break was released, the souls of the gods near Lin Ling were all affected. Subconsciously, they all took a step back, and their faces turned pale. They all had an illusion that Lin Ling could kill Emperor Donghua, and even the protection of the Dao realm was useless. Have mercy! At this moment, a loud shout finally rang out. A tall and sturdy old man led a large number of deities into the city in a grandiose manner. This old man's strength was very strong and unfathomable. He was a high-level god, and the gods he brought with him were all late-stage mid-gods. Powerful. That was the only word to describe them. This also made Lin Ling turn his head and frown. Could it be that this person was luring him out? He had always felt that it was impossible for Emperor Donghua to find him by himself, much less invite him to fight. There must be something hidden. Now, a high-level god had appeared. It seemed that this matter was related to him. I'm Emperor Changsheng. Release Emperor Donghua immediately and hand over the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. I'll spare your worthless life. The old man stopped in his tracks and looked at Lin Ling in an imposing manner. Emperor Changsheng. The moment this name was mentioned, the entire city was in an uproar. This was also an emperor of an era. However, he was extremely famous in the ancient era and was even more terrifying than Emperor Donghua. It was said that this person had even obtained a wisp of the true essence of the eternal great Tao, so he had an immortal body. Chapter 47:26. Eternal Emperor, he's actually become a high god. That's right. I heard that he came from the Tao Pagoda. Other than the 5 emperors, he doesn't give face to anyone in the Tao realm. That's right. That's right. I saw him fight Emperor Shun. He doesn't even fear the Emperor Shun. That's right. Reverence could be heard in Firmament City. Just the title of a high god was enough to make the gods give face. Lei Gong Lin Ling, let him go. That's right. Some late-stage mid-gods around Eternal Monarch sneered coldly. Lin Ling also frowned as he looked at Emperor Changsheng. Could this be the person behind Emperor Donghua? Lin Ling, let me go. At this time, Emperor Donghua also sneered. Although you have some strength, it's not enough in the Tao realm. There are countless gods in the Tao realm who are stronger than you. Do you know the battle record of Emperor Changsheng? He even dared to fight Emperor Shun. In all of the Tao realm, there are only 3 people who Emperor Longevity Immortal fears: the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Yao, and Emperor Jun. Any other god would have to give him some face. Do you really think you can fight him? Many gods' expressions changed when they heard this. Just as they had guessed, the Longevity Immortal Emperor's background was indeed terrifying. Last time, I heard that Emperor Changsheng and Emperor Yao clashed once or twice, but their enmity wasn't that great. That's why Emperor Yao ignored Emperor Changsheng. Of course, if it was someone else, Emperor Yao wouldn't have let it go so easily. Even Emperor Yao has to give face to Emperor Changsheng. That's right. I heard that Emperor Changsheng is only afraid of one person, and that person is the oldest god. Who? Emperor Changsheng is so arrogant that he's afraid of others? The oldest of the 5 emperors, the Yellow Emperor. Sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another. When the Yellow Emperor was mentioned, the entire Firmament Palace fell silent. The Yellow Emperor was the most mysterious of the 5 emperors. Very few people knew of him. They had only heard of his name. The oldest Yellow Emperor is indeed terrifying. A god from the ancient era shook his head. Although he came from the ancient era, He had never seen the real Yellow Emperor. Release him and hand over the Quafu's sun-chasing boots. Another god from Emperor Changsheng's side spoke up. It's impossible to let him go, not in this lifetime. Lin Ling looked up and said lightly, "You're courting death." The god glanced at Emperor Changsheng, who narrowed his eyes and frowned. He immediately understood what was going on. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In midair, he suddenly turned into an ancient mountain and slammed toward Lin Ling. This was Mount Wu. The shamans were also the most ancient race of the human race. In ancient times, there were many demons and demons. Some human leaders created races to unite the human race. Among them, the most famous was the shaman race. This was also the race with the most shamans. For example, the 12 grand shamans were from the shaman tribe. "You're courting death." Lin Ling sneered and shook his head. He had finally activated the 3 extremes of the universe. Originally, he didn't have the time to deal with Emperor Changsheng's people. However, that god actually attacked him. Didn't anyone tell him that it was dangerous to get close to Lin Ling? The cosmic ray appeared and sealed the universe. Emperor Donghua's soul trembled again and his eyes widened. Wu Shan, who was charging over, also felt a terrifying pressure at this moment. "Not good," Wu Shan said in human language and wanted to retreat, but he was too late. Swoosh! The cosmic ray slashed past. Emperor Donghua stopped moving, and so did Wu Shan. The souls of these 2 late-stage mid-gods were destroyed. They were completely dead. Silence. The entire city was silent. When Lin Ling activated this technique, many gods felt the pressure. However, they didn't expect this technique to be so powerful. 2 late-stage mid-gods had actually been killed in an instant. Moreover, the protection of the Dao realm was useless. Moreover, the one who did it was only a mid-stage mid-god. What technique is this? After a moment of silence, Emperor Changsheng spoke in a low voice. Clearly, he was also surprised. A technique to kill dogs. Lin Ling looked at him without fear. Although Emperor Changsheng was very strong, things had already happened. He just had to face it calmly. He couldn't let Emperor Donghua go just because of Emperor Changsheng. This was also not in line with Lin Ling's character. Moreover, although Emperor Changsheng was strong, Lin Ling was still confident that he could escape unscathed. The only thing he was worried about was Lei Gong's palace. "It seems that you are hiding a secret that even I don't know about," the longevity immortal emperor said calmly, his eyes burning with passion. The Quafu's sun-chasing boots was a treasure that he had his eyes on. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to have other treasures on him. "Hand over all your treasures and kill yourself. If you never step into the Dao realm, I will spare your life." Emperor Changsheng couldn't help but lick his lips. The light of ambition in his eyes grew even brighter. "Emperor Changsheng, Lin Ling is the person that Emperor Yao is looking for. Aren't you afraid that you will offend Emperor Yao by interfering? You should know that Emperor Yao was only giving you face the last time. He is not afraid of you." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. The one who spoke was an old man. He was obviously one of Emperor Yao's men. Emperor Yao was also here for Lin Ling's Quafu's sun-chasing boots. He was also curious about Lin Ling's secret. Naturally, he wouldn't give the treasure away so easily. "Emperor Yao?" Emperor Changsheng smiled faintly. "Who else wants to plead for Lin Ling?" "Me, from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain." "Emperor Shun's men." Voices sounded from the other 2 directions in the city. "Very well. It seems like you don't know what kind of person I am. Before I reincarnated, other than the Yellow Emperor, I didn't care about the other 4 emperors. Now that I have reincarnated, my strength has improved the fastest. Those gods that I didn't care about in the past are nothing in my eyes now." Emperor Changsheng roared and stomped his foot on the ground. Boom! A terrifying amount of divine energy arrived. It reached tens of thousands. The god from Emperor Yao couldn't withstand the enormous amount of divine energy. His body exploded and he was taken away by the Dao realm. "With the likes of you ants." Emperor Changsheng stomped his foot again. Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive explosions, the gods from White Mountain and Emperor Shun were taken away. Too strong. One had to know that those gods were only mid-stage and late-stage mid-gods. Yet, they couldn't withstand a single kick. And it was from such a distance. Now, does anyone still dare to speak? Emperor Changsheng looked at the crowd. Emperor Yao and the remaining gods from the 3 divine gates of White Mountain didn't dare to speak. Their faces were pale. Although they already knew that Emperor Changsheng was strong, they only knew how strong he was after witnessing it with their own eyes. No wonder he didn't fear the 5 emperors. Chapter 47:27. Lin Ling smirked coldly. It was impossible for him to hand over the treasures. If he handed over the treasures, he would have to hand over the Chaos Divine Formula. The Chaos Divine Formula was Lin Ling's biggest secret. Even if the ancient giant god was here, he wouldn't hand it over, let alone the Eternal Emperor. Eternal Emperor, can you give me some face? Just as Lin Ling was about to speak, a figure suddenly descended and blocked the path between Lin Ling and the Eternal Emperor. This person was dressed in a black robe and his long hair cascaded down his back. His aura was that of a late-stage middle god. However, he seemed to be extremely talented and gave off a strong vibe. He was even stronger than Emperor Donghua and the others. Who do you think you are? The Eternal Emperor was extremely surprised that someone would dare to stop him at this point. I'm nothing. However, my master has taken a liking to Lin Ling and wants to keep Lin Ling as his disciple. Therefore, no matter what, you can't touch Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling will become one of the divine servants that my master has personally appointed. The black-robed man said indifferently. Although the Eternal Emperor was not to be underestimated, he believed that he could make the Eternal Emperor wary. Moreover, the Eternal Emperor had killed Emperor Yao and the others. This was good because he could pressure Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know that only the Eternal Emperor could save him. You sure talk big. I wonder who your master is. The Eternal Emperor was not afraid at all. Great Emperor Xuanxu. The black-robed man said indifferently. The Eternal Emperor was about to shake his head when the black-robed man said again, Moreover, my master is in the city. Heavenly Monarch Changsheng's expression changed drastically. Although he dared to disrespect the Emperor Shun and Emperor Yao, it didn't mean that he could fight them. Most importantly, Great Emperor Xuanxu was in the city. If he really wanted to attack him, he wouldn't be a match. How is it? Do you still dare to say anything? The black-robed man wasn't surprised at all when he saw the longevity Immortal Emperor's reaction. He turned to the crowd and said, All right, now that Lin Ling has become the tomb of my lord, everyone can disperse. Of course, if there's anyone who disagrees, feel free to speak up. The deities of High Firmament City were all silent. Great Emperor Xuanxu was actually in the city. How could they resist? Looks like Lin Ling is safe and sound today. It had to be said that Lin Ling's luck was really good. Wait, I have an objection. However, right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded out and broke the silence of the entire city. Oh, knowing that Great Emperor Xuanxu is here, there's actually someone who dares to be arrogant? The black-robed man was a bit surprised. When his gaze swept by, his pupils trembled. Because the one who spoke was actually Lin Ling. No one else had any objections, but Lin Ling did? What a joke. Lin Ling, you are already Great Emperor Xuanxu's subordinate. What objections do you have? Or are you afraid of something? The black-robed man immediately said, I, Lin Ling, have never been afraid of anything. However, when did I agree to be the tomb of Great Emperor Xuanxu? Or does Great Emperor Xuanxu think that I will be grateful to him for his timely help at such a crucial moment? Sorry, this kind of scheming is useless to me. If I, Lin Ling, really want to submit to someone, it depends on who is right. What's his character like? Lin Ling said indifferently, Great Emperor Xuanxu, whom I have never met, is not worthy. Not worthy. When the word came out, the entire city was in an uproar. Great Emperor Xuanxu was in the city and Lin Ling actually dared to speak in such a manner. Was he courting death? Moreover, before Great Emperor Xuanxu appeared, Lin Ling would definitely have to face the longevity Immortal Emperor. Now that he had rejected him, wasn't he jumping into a dead end? What are you talking about? The black-robed man was also shocked. I have my own principles. I won't easily be the tomb of others. Lin Ling said directly. If Lin Ling had met Great Emperor Xuanxu and felt that he was to his liking, there was a possibility that Great Emperor Xuanxu would submit to him. It was a pity that he had never met Great Emperor Xuanxu. Moreover, this person only came out to help at the last moment. It was obvious that he was scheming. This made Lin Ling feel a little disgusted. Lin Ling was also a person of high status. How could he not know what was going on? Taking a step back, it was just the 5 emperors. It wasn't as if Lin Ling hadn't seen them before. How great were they? If they were like Guang Qingzi and Patriarch Bodhi, those ancient gods, they would be qualified to subdue Lin Ling. You are courting death. The black-robed man was furious and shouted coldly, "All right, I won't bother about this anymore. I want to see how you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step away and stood among the crowd, waiting to see how Lin Ling would end up. At the same time, in the restaurant, Great Emperor Xuanxu was also stunned. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled. Interesting. I didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. However, this is even better. If I can subdue such a person, he will definitely be loyal to me for life. Even if he dies for me, he won't. Frown. He is so arrogant. It's time to teach him a lesson. If I don't suppress his spirit, he won't know what I am capable of. He was also waiting for a good show. He was looking forward to Great Emperor Changxing teaching Lin Ling a lesson. Looking at Great Emperor Changxing, he was also extremely surprised. However, since Great Emperor Xuanxu wasn't going to interfere, he could take advantage of this. I have to say that you have some backbone. My view of you has changed. As a show of respect, I won't kill you. More so, I won't waste your chance to be protected by the Tao state. I will only defeat you and take your treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, Great Emperor Changxing's body exploded with light. The secret of immortality seemed to be revealed to the world. Bang! With a stomp of his foot, Firmament City shook. The power of 30,000 divinity exploded out. 30,000! That was several times the strength of a middle celestial. How could an ordinary person withstand that? Everyone shook their heads. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling was so foolish and arrogant. The man in the black robe revealed a gloating smile. His face was filled with anticipation. A superior celestial is indeed powerful. Lin Ling frowned. He knew that he couldn't hide his strength anymore. Pangu struck with the earth-splitting strike. His body seemed to have become bigger. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. The ancient aura around him was as if he had turned into Pangu. Boom! A powerful divine energy burst out from the ground and landed on Lin Ling. It was like a raging sea, trying to tear Lin Ling into pieces. However, under countless horrified gazes, Lin Ling only paused for a moment. Not only was he not injured, he even shot towards Great Emperor Changxing. *CK. This can't be real, right? 30,000 divine energy can't do anything to him? He's just a middle celestial. The deities were shocked as if they had seen a freak. This was also the first time they had seen such a powerful middle celestial. What's going on? Is that the steps of God? But how can the steps of God withstand so much divine energy? Chapter 47:28. The movement seemed slow, but it happened in the blink of an eye. This was a kind of God's staircase. With this kind of God's staircase, one would be immortal and have an endless lifespan. Moreover, it would increase a huge amount of God's energy. Mountain, sea, heaven and earth reversal. An ancient voice that seemed to have come from ancient times rang out. When Eternal Emperor's thick palms landed on the ground, a terrifying illusion appeared. It was as if the entire firmament city was being sent flying. Bang bang bang. Countless gods lost their balance and fell to the ground. A large number of Dao realm protectors appeared and brought the gods away. This move was too powerful. It was a killing move that covered a large area. His divine energy had reached 50,000 units. Not to mention mid-stage mid-gods, even high gods wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. He's dead, he's dead. Should I help him? The black-robed man also floated up and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he laughed bitterly. Now, it was not a matter of whether he helped or not. He could not help. If he got close, he would be killed by the god's energy. At the same time, Emperor Yao, White Mountain, and the other gods were all pale. The order they received was to bring Lin Ling back. But now, Lin Ling was most likely going to die. If Lin Ling's Dao realm protectors were used up, it would be even worse. He couldn't be more dead. Rumble. Endless god's energy suppressed Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to feel a sense of pressure. However, the earth-splitting technique, God's energy, was invincible. Raising his hand high, he executed the heaven-splitting slash and slashed at Monarch Chang Sheng. Now, Lin Ling also wanted to see if the Eternal the Arch could live forever. The Chang Sheng Immortal Emperor suddenly felt a sense of danger. He raised his head and his eyes were trembling. In his vision, a figure was flying towards him at high speed. It was as though a heaven-splitting move was about to strike him. At this moment, he felt as if he was looking at the benefactor who had once enlightened him. Too strong. Why was this kid fine against 50,000 gods' energy? How could there be such a powerful mid-stage middle god in the universe? Mountain Sea Spirit Mountain. Monarch Chang Sheng roared and raised his palms into the sky, turning into a spiritual mountain that emerged from the sea of mountains. Rumble. Lin Ling fiercely chopped down and landed on top of the spirit mountain. The chopping caused the seawater to flow backwards and soar into the sky. The spirit mountain that was filled with divine light was actually chopped into pieces, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Rumble. At this moment, the entire high firmament city was in an uproar. Many of the divine palaces from the past also collapsed. In the restaurant, Great Emperor Xuanxu's pupils quivered. What kind of killer move was that? He sensed that a power that did not belong to the god's steps had appeared. However, Lin Ling's cultivation level was still too low. He could not kill Emperor Chang Sheng in one strike. This was also the first time Lin Ling had failed since he used Split the Heavens. Buzz buzz buzz. The heaven-splitting slash's power continued to weaken and the Shanhai Ling Mountain slowly turned into a human. The Chang Sheng monarch was still holding the sky with his hands, but his palms were already dripping with blood. At this moment, his face was full of shock and even very pale. This guy is a mid-stage middle deity? If that's true, when this guy reaches the late-stage middle deity level, he will be able to kill even a high-stage deity. What a powerful move. Unfortunately, you're still a little short. The Chang Sheng monarch shook off the blood on his palms and looked coldly at Lin Ling. This was also the first time he was injured by a mid-stage middle deity. Your longevity probably has something to do with the earth. It's just that you have a long lifespan. It doesn't mean that you can't be killed. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Indeed, it's not that I can't be killed. Now, what other moves do you have? The Chang Sheng monarch's eyes were filled with murderous intent. For a mid-stage deity like Lin Ling, if he did not die, there would be endless trouble in the future. Hearing this, Lin Ling continued to smile coldly but did not say a word. He still had one more chance to be protected by the Dao realm, so he planned to leave. As for Lei Gong's palace, they also planned to leave. After all, they had more chances to be protected by the Dao realm. However, at this moment, a voice transmission came. Senior Lin Ling, are you in Firmament City? This voice was very unfamiliar. Lin Ling did not know who the owner of this voice was. However, this person was very polite and addressed Lin Ling as senior. Who are you? How do you know that I'm in Firmament City? Lin Ling frowned and replied. I heard your name before, and some deities left Firmament City. They were also talking about you, so I knew. That's right, I'm Ignore. The other party's voice was very excited. Ignore. Lin Ling was even more confused. He did not know this person in the Dao realm. Senior Lin Ling, have you forgotten? I was following the Yellow Emperor in the abyss. The voice came again, and Lin Ling finally understood. He remembered that there were two deities by the Yellow Emperor's side, and they seemed to be called Ignore. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to inform some expert? Let me tell you, if you don't hand over your secrets, no one can do anything. At this moment, the Longevity Immortal Emperor saw that Lin Ling was ignoring him and talking to himself, and he was instantly furious. He could see that Lin Ling's ferocious methods were a one-time thing, so he was not in a hurry. Senior Lin Ling, are you in trouble? The voice seemed to have heard the longevity immortal emperor's words and immediately asked. Yes, I've run into some small trouble. Someone called longevity immortal emperor stopped me. Lin Ling did not hide anything. Longevity immortal emperor? Little longevity? Good, the cowherd boy of the past is also so arrogant. Senior Lin Ling, where are you? I'll come immediately. The other party was furious when he heard longevity immortal emperor. Cowherd boy? Lin Ling frowned, but still said, I'm at the immortal slaying stage in Firmament City. Wait for me. The voice disappeared. It seemed that he was angrily rushing over. Lin Ling, what are you stalling for? The longevity immortal emperor was still staring at Lin Ling. Did you find someone to help you? Good, I'll wait for him. Humph, today you fought Donghua emperor and exchanged a few blows with me. It's unfair for me to bully you now. I'll give you a chance. He had brought many experts with him, and his cultivation level was high. That was why he was giving Lin Ling a chance. Not really. It's just that this person is looking for me urgently. If you can wait, then wait. If you can't, then fight. Lin Ling said indifferently. If he could not win, he could just return to the void of the 9 continents. Anyway, although the longevity immortal emperor was stronger than him, he was not that strong. Oh right, he called you cowherd boy. Lin Ling said again. Damn, cowherd boy? The longevity immortal emperor was stunned. He was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. He was the longevity immortal emperor, but he was being treated as a cowherd boy. This was nonsense. However, cowherd boy? Chapter 4729. However, Emperor Changxing did not think too much about it. He continued to sneer at Lin Ling. Now, he wanted to see what kind of trouble Lin Ling could cause. The commotion in Firmament City gradually quieted down. All the deities looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling could not escape. However, Lin Ling was also very powerful. He had actually lasted for so long in the hands of Emperor Changxing. This was also very impressive. Emperor Xuanxiu still hasn't given the order. Is he going to help or not? However, with my strength, Emperor Changxing will not give me face. It seems like Emperor Changxing has to step in personally. In the crowd, the black-robed man thought to himself. He guessed that Emperor Changxing was about to come. In the restaurant, Emperor Xuanxiu's lips curled into a smile. He drank the last mouthful of wine and planned to help. He knew very well that Lin Ling had reached the end of his rope. No one dared to step in and help him. Now was the best time to help. However, just as Emperor Xuanxiu put down his wine cup and was about to help, a figure suddenly appeared below the immortal slaying stage. This person was very unfamiliar. It was a mysterious man. Hee, there's still someone here? Forget it, I'll go later. Emperor Xuanxiu was not worried. He continued to drink another cup of wine. He estimated that after the next cup, it would be his turn to help. At this moment, everyone below the immortal slaying stage was shocked. The person who appeared beside Lin Ling was a man wearing animal skin. He looked very old, but no one knew him. However, his strength was somewhat unfathomable. This was a higher deity. The longevity immortal emperor frowned. A high god had been dispatched? This Lin Ling was clearly a nobody in his previous life. How could he know a higher deity? Senior Lin Ling, are you all right? The man ignored everyone and bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Lin Ling also recognized this person. He nodded and smiled. What can happen to me? That's right. Senior Lin Ling possesses remarkable abilities. How could an ordinary person touch Senior Lin Ling? The man smiled and nodded. During this trip to the abyss, he had personally witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous abilities. Senior? A high god addressed him as Senior? Heavens, how could such a thing happen? It must be fake. Seeing that man bow, the deities were all shocked. Only the laughing Buddha and the others were frowning. For some reason, that person looked familiar. They were sure that they had seen him before, but because they didn't know his name, they couldn't remember where they had seen him before. Immortal Emperor, do you know your crime? The man retracted his smile and looked at the longevity immortal emperor. Guilty? I, the Changsheng emperor, am immortal. I will never know how to write the word sin. Emperor Changsheng sneered. He was not afraid of the man at all. Cowherd boy, I haven't seen you in so many years, but your courage has grown quite a bit. If the Lord knew that your wings have hardened now, I'm afraid he wouldn't be lacking in gratification. The man snorted coldly, and his tone carried a reprimand. Sir? The longevity immortal emperor frowned and asked, Who is your lord? The man looked around. Thinking of the old man's indifference to fame and fortune, he didn't announce it. Instead, he sent a voice transmission. Lord Yellow Emperor. When the voice reached the longevity immortal emperor's ears, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. Dang dang dang. His face was pale, and he was even a little terrified. Back when he was still a cowherd boy, he often herded cows by the divine river. Later, he was enlightened by the divine river and stepped onto the path of deities. The divine river eventually became a great Dao and took the form of a human. It was the Yellow Emperor. To the longevity immortal emperor, he was not afraid of anything. The only person he respected in his life was the Yellow Emperor. He even thought of himself as the Yellow Emperor's disciple. It was just that the Yellow Emperor didn't acknowledge him. I remember now. I think I saw you 30 million years ago. You were a fisherman by the divine river. The longevity immortal emperor suddenly roared. You finally remember. The man called Disregard nodded. Now, you dare to provoke Senior Lin Ling. Do you know how troublesome this is? Even the Lord has to be polite to Senior Lin Ling and treat him as a peer. What right do you have to speak to Senior Lin Ling? The longevity immortal emperor's face turned even paler. A mid-stage middle god treated the Yellow Emperor as a peer? What the hell, are you kidding me? You might not believe it, but you should know that Disregard has been with the Lord for his entire life. Unless it's something urgent, he won't leave his side. Now that I've come personally, do you understand what I mean? Seeing the longevity immortal emperor's shock, Disregard continued. The longevity immortal emperor's body trembled. He naturally knew this. He also knew that the Yellow Emperor had countless people by his side. Disregard wasn't the strongest, but they were the only ones who could follow the Yellow Emperor. This was because the two of them had attained their Tao by the divine river and had a deep friendship with the Yellow Emperor. Unless it was something really important, the two of them wouldn't leave the Yellow Emperor. During the great calamity of the world will, the longevity immortal emperor heard that even after the Yellow Emperor fell, the two of them didn't leave his side. Things were getting troublesome. He immediately turned to Lin Ling and bowed under the shocked gazes of the entire city. Daoist Lin, I was reckless before. Please forgive me. The longevity immortal emperor apologizes to you. The entire city was in an uproar. Countless gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Far away in the restaurant, the Zhuanshu immortal emperor's eyes trembled. What was going on? One had to know that he had wanted to personally save Lin Ling. But at the critical moment, someone intervened and made the longevity immortal emperor bow respectfully. Moreover, he was familiar with the longevity immortal emperor. This person seemed arrogant and unafraid of any gods, but that was because he had a powerful backer behind him. Otherwise, with the prestige of Emperor Yao and the others, how could they not dare to touch the longevity immortal emperor? And the backer behind the longevity immortal emperor was the legendary Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor, the leader of the 5 emperors, was also one of the most mysterious. Even the longevity immortal emperor had never seen this legendary human leader. But now, the longevity immortal emperor, who had the Yellow Emperor's backing, actually bowed to Lin Ling? Could it be that this mysterious man had some sort of background? Senior Lin Ling, you have the final say in this matter. At this moment, the longevity immortal emperor looked at Lin Ling and said with incomparable respect. This made all the gods even more confused. They couldn't figure out who this person was. Only the laughing Buddha and the other gods knew. They were so scared that their lips turned white and they didn't dare to say a word. Back at the bottom of the abyss, the mysterious old man had personally admitted that he was the Yellow Emperor. Therefore, They all knew that this longevity immortal emperor was one of the Yellow Emperor's people. Of course, they didn't expect the Yellow Emperor to personally step in for Lin Ling, and even befriend someone of the same generation. One had to know that although Lin Ling had helped a lot in the 1,000-year promise, it was only enough to make the Yellow Emperor owe him a favor. That was far from enough to meet someone of the same generation. Chapter 4730. If it was any other time, he would have attacked Emperor Chongqing long ago. However, he did not do so today. This meant that Emperor Chongqing was also one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Moreover, Lin Ling did not suffer any losses, so he could not be bothered to pursue the matter. Emperor Chongqing, why aren't you thanking Senior Lin Ling? Yiji rejoiced and looked at Emperor Chongqing coldly. Although he respected Emperor Chongqing, he had long known this cowherd boy by the Celestial River. At some point in time, he also treated Emperor Chongqing as his younger brother. If it was any other matter, he would definitely support Emperor Chongqing, but Lin Ling's matter was a different matter. Now that Lin Ling didn't pursue the matter, he felt relieved for Emperor Chongqing. Thank you, Lord Lin Ling. Thank you, Lord Lin Ling. Emperor Chongqing was overjoyed and quickly bowed. All right, this matter is settled. Jiji nodded and looked at all the gods. Then he said to Emperor Chongqing, I'll leave this matter to you. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, Senior Lin Ling, would you like to come with me? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. He had nowhere to go, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to meet the Yellow Emperor. Moreover, he could help Lei Gong and the others find a place to stay. Jiji was overjoyed when he saw Lin Ling nod and quickly asked Lin Ling to leave. Lin Ling called out to the Thunder God Great Hall and the others and left Firmament City in large strides. Wow, what's going on? Xing Yi and the others were confused. They didn't understand why Emperor Chongqing was so afraid when the mysterious man appeared. One had to know that Emperor Chongqing didn't even give face to Emperor Yao, White Mountain, and the other 3 divine gates. What the hell was this? Only Longyang, Lei Gong, and the others were deep in thought. The more they thought about it, the more surprised they were. Although Lin Ling had helped the Yellow Emperor, it wasn't to the extent that the Yellow Emperor would befriend someone of the same generation. This was too inconceivable. Only Lin Ling knew that the reason the Yellow Emperor treated him so courteously was all because of Guang Qingzi. Leaving just like that? At this moment, all the deities in the city were dumbfounded as they watched Lin Ling and the others leave. Lin Ling had offended so many ancient gods, yet he was still able to leave alive? It had to be said that this was a miracle. Suddenly, they looked at the longevity immortal emperor. They were curious why the longevity immortal emperor didn't dare to pursue the matter anymore. How strange. The black-robed man was also frowning. Disperse. Emperor Chongqing hollered at the crowd and left with his men. Great Emperor, what happened? After witnessing everything that had happened in the tomb of the longevity emperor, everyone was scared out of their wits. Now that Lin Ling had left, they asked cautiously. We can't afford to offend this person. Luckily, he didn't pursue the matter. Otherwise, even if we don't die, we'll lose a layer of skin. The longevity immortal emperor said with lingering fear. If the Yellow Emperor could enlighten him, he could naturally beat him back to his original form. That's scary. Everyone's faces turned even paler. One of the elders mustered up the courage to ask, Great Emperor, what's the background of that Lin Ling? The longevity immortal emperor looked around and secretly used his divine ability. After confirming that no one was following them, he said solemnly, his background is not to be underestimated. However, that person is indifferent to fame and fortune, so not many people have seen him before. His name is the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor from the legends? The old man roared, but before he could finish, the longevity immortal emperor slapped him. What are you shouting for? He knew very well that the Yellow Emperor was not like the other 5 emperors. He liked freedom and often went out on patrol in plain clothes. Therefore, if he revealed the Yellow Emperor's identity, the Yellow Emperor would definitely beat him to death. Thank goodness, thank goodness. If that Lin Ling pursued the matter, we'll lose a layer of skin even if we don't die. The deities said nervously. At this moment, Lin Ling ignored them and walked along the vast land. Suddenly, two figures blocked their path. One of them was the black-robed man from before. At this moment, his expression was very ugly. The other person had an extraordinary aura. He stood in the sky as if he represented the sky. On his body, a sense of omnipotence enveloped everyone in Lei Gong's hall. It gave them the illusion that there was nothing this person couldn't do. He could change a world, create a universe. He was simply invincible. Lei Gong and the others gasped. This was the first time they saw such a terrifying expert. A strange thought appeared in their minds. It was as if their existence was the breath of that man. The man didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin Ling and the neglect immortal emperor. Lin Ling and the neglect immortal emperor's eyes flashed. They also sensed the strength of this person. However, compared to Lei Gong and the others, the two of them were undoubtedly much more surprised. After all, Lin Ling and the neglect immortal emperor were people who had seen great things. Needless to say, he had followed the Yellow Emperor for a long time and had been through countless years. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had already seen ancient giant gods who were much stronger than this man. Other things aside, he already had a lot of prison cells. However, these ancient deities weren't like this man in front of them. They didn't reveal their auras easily. The two of you have extraordinary Dao hearts. To be able to maintain your composure in front of me. How rare! After an unknown period of time, the man spoke indifferently. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "It's been a long time since someone dared to reject me. After so many years, you're the first." He then looked at the neglect immortal emperor and said, "You're also the first to snatch someone from me." His voice seemed calm, but it carried a domineering aura. His words made Lin Ling and the neglect immortal emperor's eyes flash. They finally guessed the origin of this person. One of the 5 emperors, Emperor Xuanxu. In fact, after the black-robed man appeared, Lin Ling already had a guess. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Ling smiled calmly and said indifferently, "I'm not doing anything. I just feel that since you dared to reject me, you should pay a price. After all, to be able to catch my eye is a supreme opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, the heavens will not tolerate it. You should face some heavenly punishment." The man said indifferently. Hearing that, Lin Ling's smile widened. Just one of the 5 emperors. Did he really think he was the heavens? Or was he bullying Lin Ling for not seeing any ancient deities? "What are you laughing at?" Emperor Xuanxu frowned when he saw that Lin Ling was not afraid after knowing his identity. Instead, he smiled calmly. His mood became even worse. He was already very unhappy when he failed to subdue Lin Ling. Now that he had personally appeared, not only was the other party not afraid, but he was also used to it. He didn't take him seriously at all. "I'm laughing. You're too full of yourself," Lin Ling said after smiling. "You're courting death." The black-robed man beside Emperor Xuanxu immediately shouted angrily, "Do you know who he is? He's one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Xuanxu." Chapter 4731. The black-robed man's eyes turned cold. Great Emperor Xuanxu's face turned gloomy. "Great Emperor Xuanxu, right? I've heard of you and I know why you want to take Senior Lin Ling as your tomb. It's because of the seed of Dao. It's a pity that you can plant the seed of Dao on anyone but you can't do it on Senior Lin Ling." At this moment, Lu Zhe said, "What's the seed of Dao?" Lin Ling frowned. "A demonic seed will be planted in your heart of martial arts. It will be extracted once every 10,000 years and then absorbed by Great Emperor Xuanxu to refine your comprehension of the universe's great Dao. The person who wants to plant a demonic seed must have an incomparably firm Dao heart." Guan Yu explained with a cold glint in his eyes. How dare Great Emperor Xuanxu mess with Senior Lin Ling? Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He knew what the seed of Dao meant. To put it bluntly, Great Emperor Xuanxu was treating him like a beast. Every once in a while, Great Emperor Xuanxu would extract some of Lin Ling's flesh and blood to strengthen himself. What a vicious method. What tomb? T. What was ironic was that Great Emperor Xuanxu still had the guts to reward him. "Great Emperor Xuanxu, I don't have any grudges with you. How dare you mess with me?" Lin Ling said coldly. Great Emperor Xuanxu was even angrier as he didn't expect the man to know about his methods. However, he remained calm and said, although the seed of Tao is for my benefit, you will also benefit from it. It will allow you to step into the strength of a higher god. Therefore, you will benefit from it. Benefit your ass. Lin Ling rebuked him angrily. You said before that it was my good fortune to be able to be under your grave, but I felt that you weren't worthy. But now, I feel that you're not worthy of speaking to me. Now, get out of my way. Lin Ling, you have to know who I am. After being scolded by Lin Ling again and again, Great Emperor Xuanxu's face turned even colder. I can tell you that you have to do it today even if you don't want to. You can't refuse. Haha, Great Emperor Xuanxu, I, Lin Ling, will also put my words here. If I, Lin Ling, want to leave, not to mention you, even if your father is here, he can't stop me. Try it if you dare. Lin Ling roared with laughter. His impression of Great Emperor Xuanxu plummeted. He even shed all pretense of cordiality and became an enemy. Great Emperor Xuanxu let out a cold laugh as well. He knew that Lin Ling's trump card was disregard. It was just that Lin Ling was merely a higher god. Great Emperor Xuanxu did not care about him at all. However, Lin Ling ignored him and said to the people in Lei Gong's hall, let's go. Lin Ling's. Yu and the rest were worried as they knew that Great Emperor Xuanxu would not allow them to leave. He doesn't dare to stop me. Lin Ling did not say much. He took a big step forward and was about to leave Great Emperor Xuanxu's side. Great Emperor Xuanxu's eyes turned even colder. In the Tao realm, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave someone behind. He did not believe that a mere middle god was qualified to escape from his hands. If Lin Ling could do that, he would give up his position as one of the 5 emperors. However, just as he was about to make a move, a faintly discernible voice suddenly sounded. Brother Xuanxu, Sir Lin Ling is my friend. You're not giving me any face by attacking him. This voice was very old, but it made Great Emperor Xuanxu tremble. Friend? He looked deeply at Lin Ling. This person was actually that senior's friend? Then, he stared at Lin Ling and suddenly understood why Great Emperor Chongqing did not dare to speak. It was because of that old man. Although he had never seen the owner of the voice, he was very familiar with this voice. Great Emperor Xuanxu, aren't you very powerful? Lin Ling had already stepped past Great Emperor Xuanxu. At the same time, he said coldly, not giving Great Emperor Xuanxu any face. Great Emperor Xuanxu did not move. His eyes were burning with anger. With that senior's words, he really did not dare to attack Lin Ling. He could only watch as Lin Ling and the rest gradually disappeared into the distance. Sir, this. The black-robed man had been waiting for Great Emperor Xuanxu to attack. He was very surprised. He is Emperor Huang's man. Great Emperor Xuanxu said coldly. Emperor Huang, the most mysterious Emperor Huang among the 5 emperors? The black-robed man gasped. He suddenly felt that Lin Ling was about to soar into the sky. At this moment, Lin Ling followed him and moved forward. Along the way, he flew across endless barren mountains. Lin Ling was infuriated by Great Emperor Xuanxu. His current strength wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, he would definitely return the favor. After all, he had no enmity with Great Emperor Xuanxu. However, Great Emperor Xuanxu treated him as a cauldron. This was a form of humiliation for Lin Ling. Senior Lin Ling, we are in Sir's territory. Here, no one can challenge you. Great Emperor Xuanxu's voice came from the side. Lin Ling immediately saw a powerful aura emanating from the endless barren mountains below. It was very strong. It was as if there were ancient dragons hidden in the mountains. This is Emperor Huang's territory? Lin Ling could not help but ask curiously. Senior Lin Ling, this is only one of the Yellow Emperor's territories. The gods here are all from the same era, so they know each other and are very united. That's why gods from other eras don't dare to come here easily. Great Emperor Xuanxu laughed. Has Emperor Huang always lived here? Lin Ling asked again. Disregard shook his head. Sir does not have a fixed residence. Sometimes he is in the Tao realm, sometimes he is in the Chaos realm, and sometimes he is in the void of the universe. In fact, 99% of the gods here do not know who Emperor Huang is. However, Emperor Huang's name is too famous. Ordinary gods have to give face to him. Lin Ling nodded. Then he sensed something and flew downwards. On the vast land, there was a small river. There were crops planted beside the river. An old man wearing a straw hat and holding a hoe was planting crops. Lin Ling obviously knew that old man. It was Emperor Huang. Senior Lin Ling is here. Suddenly, the old man raised his head. When he saw Lin Ling in the sky, he could not help but laugh. He was the only one who knew that Lin Ling was the Lord Warden, who had the ability to imprison the ancient gods. Even his master was now imprisoned in the prison. He, the Yellow Emperor, did not dare to offend such a mysterious god. This old man is Emperor Huang? Saint Yi, Yu, and the others all stared at Emperor Huang in surprise. They did not expect that the oldest and most experienced human leader of the 5 emperors would be so easy to talk to. Compared to Emperor Yao, Emperor Zhuanshu, and the other rising stars, he was obviously much more benevolent. However, this was the true leader of the human race. Senior Emperor Huang. After Lin Ling landed, he bowed slightly to the Yellow Emperor. You're still calling me senior? If you don't mind, you can call me old brother. The Yellow Emperor frowned and said, Old brother Huang Di. Chapter 4732. In the following days, Lei Gong and the others stayed in the palace. This area was the Yellow Emperor's territory, so there was no danger at all. When they were free, Longyang and Lei Gong would often ask the Yellow Emperor questions about cultivation. They benefited a lot from it. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not need them. The only thing he lacked for his current breakthrough was the cultivation treasure. Lin Ling continued to stabilize his realm. Unfortunately, the mid-stage of Midgod was vast and boundless. Lin Ling felt that he would need some time to stabilize his realm. Looks like I have to get more Tao realm fragments. Lin Ling secretly shook his head. After cultivating for a while, he went to guide Yu and the others. Occasionally, he would chat with the Yellow Emperor. Their relationship was getting better and better. From the Yellow Emperor, Lin Ling also learned about a lot of difficult and complicated problems in cultivation. As for the Yellow Emperor, although he had more experience than Lin Ling's insights were always on point. The Yellow Emperor also benefited a lot from it. At the same time, Lin Ling wanted to thank the Yellow Emperor for his help, so he let Master Guangqing meet the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling did not go to see the scene, but he guessed that the master and disciple would have a lot to talk about. 3 days later, when Master Guangqing returned to the prison, Lin Ling also noticed that the Yellow Emperor was more polite to him. He did not know what Master Guangqing said to the Yellow Emperor that made the Yellow Emperor change so much. As for Master Guangqing and the others, they had been guarding the area. Through the gods in the Endless Mountains, they found out that Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, and White Mountain were all looking for Lin Ling. The Yellow Emperor wanted to deal with it personally, but he was rejected by Lin Ling. First, he had a great enmity with Emperor Yao and the others. Even if Emperor Yao and the others gave the Yellow Emperor face, it was only on the surface. They still wanted to kill him. Secondly, Lin Ling had no intention of letting them off. After Lin Ling said this, the Yellow Emperor did not appear again. He continued to guide Lei Gong and the others in their cultivation. Moreover, he already knew that Lei Gong and the others were actually hosts of the World Will. Furthermore, there were a total of 3 World Will hosts. Normally, the Yellow Emperor should have killed the host body of the World Will. This was because the Yellow Emperor knew that these World Will host bodies had yet to mature. Otherwise, they would definitely be incomparably terrifying in the future. In just a short period of time, the Yellow Emperor had already treated Lei Gong and Xiaoluan as his friends. Although they were the hosts of the World Will, Lei Gong and the others had their own ideas. They might not follow the World Will's mission. Therefore, not only did the Yellow Emperor not attack Lei Gong and the others, he even focused on guiding them. He wanted to make them stronger so that they would not be controlled by the World Will. Lin Ling, 8 hosts of the world will have appeared. It is said that 7 have appeared in the void of the 9 prefectures, and the 8th is in the primal chaos realm. However, no one knows who this person is. As for the 9th and 10th, according to the rumors, the 9th host is in the 8 gods' heaven. Unfortunately, it is very difficult for the gods of the primal chaos realm to enter the void of the 9 prefectures. The stronger one is, the lower the chances of entering. On the other hand, you guys came from the void of the 9 prefectures, so this is a good opportunity to enter the 8 gods' heaven. When he was free, the Yellow Emperor looked for Lin Ling to chat. 8 gods' heaven. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had promised the giant ghost that he would bring it back to the 8 gods' heaven. However, because of the matter with Xiaoluan and Longyang, it had been delayed for a long time. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. I will find the host body of the 8th world will. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong. The Yellow Emperor shook his head and said, You came from the void of the 9 prefectures, so you can return at any time. However, it will not be easy to enter the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heaven. Lin Ling immediately smiled. No problem. I just happen to have the key to the 8 gods' heaven, and it is the most accurate key. What? The Yellow Emperor's eyes narrowed. He knew that many people in the primal chaos realm and the Dao realm had the key to the 8 gods' heaven, but he did not expect that Lin Ling also had the most accurate key. Then you should go immediately. Not long ago, I received news that a large number of gods are heading to the void of the 9 prefectures in an attempt to find the 8 gods' heaven. They have entered the final destination, and I heard that the final destination not only has the record of the host body of the 8th world will, but also a supreme treasure. Moreover, it is said that the gods heading to the void of the 9 prefectures are experts from the Dao Pagoda. The Yellow Emperor continued. Dao Pagoda? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. When he had just entered the Dao realm, he had already heard of the Dao Pagoda. The Dao Pagoda has accumulated the strongest gods of several eras. There is a fog barrier there that prevents ordinary gods from entering, so there are not many people on our side who can enter. The Yellow Emperor explained, As for the gods in the Dao Pagoda, they are the strongest gods after reincarnating. Some of them were famous in the past. Some of them are famous, but some are unknown like you, but they are very strong. Compared to old brother Yellow Emperor? Lin Ling asked. There are many people stronger than me, and I am only ranked in the middle. The Yellow Emperor explained, My fame came from back then, so there are many gods who give me face. However, I am still a reincarnated cultivator, and my strength is no longer the same as before. Most importantly, the gods of my master's era were mostly in the Dao Pagoda, so they were naturally very strong. Hearing this, Lin Ling suddenly understood, his eyes burning. It was said that if one reached the peak of the Dao Pagoda, they could obtain the entire Dao realm. Just this alone was enough to make countless gods go crazy. Isn't it said that the stronger the god, the harder it is to enter the 9 provinces void? Why can they enter the 9 provinces void? Lin Ling asked again. It is also because of the Dao Pagoda. Lei Gong shook his head and said, In fact, the Dao Pagoda has the power of 10 million universes. Not only can it enter the 9 provinces void, it can even enter the primal chaos realm. It is just that it requires a lot of Dao realm fragments. It is even rumored that the Dao Pagoda has the power to return to the past, but I'm afraid that one has to reach the peak of the Dao Pagoda first. Only the peak can do it. Return to the past? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. If he could return to the past, wouldn't he be able to return to the time when the world wills were fighting? The Dao Pagoda was too awesome. Now that you have the key to the 8 gods' celestial palace, my master is looking for you. The Yellow Emperor suddenly thought of something and smiled. Not long ago, my master asked me if I could find a god to go to the 8 gods' celestial palace. Who would have thought that you would have the key? Senior Guangchengzi? Lin Ling immediately nodded and entered the square prison. When he arrived at the prison with the endless green mountains, he saw that Guangchengzi was already waiting there. After seeing Lin Ling, he couldn't help but smile. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I didn't think that you would have the key to enter the 8 gods' celestial palace. It just so happens that this old man has something to ask of you. Guangchengzi cupped his hands towards Lin Ling. Senior Guangchengzi, what is it? Lin Ling immediately asked. The 8 gods' celestial palace has a precious treasure that I left behind, the cyclic sky seal, so I hope that your Excellency Lin Ling can help me get it back. Wang Chengzi didn't hide anything and bluntly said. Chapter 47:33. Master Guangxing nodded and said awkwardly, due to certain reasons, it ended up in the 8 Gods' celestial palace. However, this treasure is one of the top Chaos Saint artifacts below Chaos Divine artifacts. It is extremely powerful and specializes in smacking people's heads. Therefore, I did not want it to fall into the hands of others. Specializes in smacking people's heads? Lin Ling was tongue-tied. What a vicious treasure. I will teach you how to collect this treasure. If you succeed, I will reward you. Master Guangxing continued, Narutoporia, it can allow you to enter the netherworld without fear of the poison of the 3 corpses. It can even cultivate primordial mystic chi, just like the great yin-yang primordial mystical dragon. 5-colored jellyfish, the king of mica produced by the 5-colored divine stone that mended the heavens. It can increase one's divine energy by a large amount. Jade powder, jade baby jade, and chu leaf. Master Guangxing continued to list out treasures. These were all treasures from the primordial era that only existed in the primordial era. Lin Ling's heart thumped violently. If he could obtain these treasures, wouldn't he be able to open his 8th dantian? Alright, deal. Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. After all, to open his 8th dantian by relying on a Dao realm fragment would require an astronomical amount of resources. That's good. I will give you 3 more life-saving seedlings. They can allow you to erupt with power that can harm a high god. However, each use is limited, so you must cherish them. Master Guangxing smiled and nodded at Lin Ling's agreement. High god? Lin Ling's heart trembled. Originally, with the strength of the 9 prefectures void, it was impossible for a high god to appear. However, the 8 Gods' celestial palace was of great importance and the Dao Pagoda had sent a god. Therefore, it was very likely that a high god would appear. And with Lin Ling's current strength, he could only contend against early-stage high gods. Moreover, they were only ordinary high gods. However, if he had those 3 seedlings, it would be hard to say. Senior Guangxing, don't tell me you lost that heaven-flipping seal to the 8 gods? After receiving the 3 seedlings, Lin Ling smiled at Master Guangxing. This hot. Master Guangxing smiled but did not say anything. Ha! Lin Ling also smiled and didn't ask any more questions. He sized up the 3 seedlings in his hand and strode away. These 3 seedlings looked very ordinary, but Lin Ling had a feeling that these were the first 3 seedlings to be born. Even if these treasures were very ordinary in his previous life, because of the long passage of time, they all possessed great power. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling went to look for Lei Gong and the rest, asking who was planning to go with him to the 8 Gods' heavenly palace. Without a doubt, the giant ghost was one of them. Following that, Xingyi, treasure god Nanhua Fengyu, god Emperor Zhan Steel, and even young Qilin and pure maiden Whitewater volunteered themselves. As for Lei Gong, Little Luan, and Longyang, they all stayed with the Yellow Emperor to cultivate. This was because the Yellow Emperor had a way to make the world will host even stronger. This method was also known as replacement. Every time a new era was opened, his strength would increase by several times. This was because the world will host body was also divided into different eras. The more ancient the era, the stronger the strength. And this method was something the Yellow Emperor had accidentally obtained in the past. Looking at Yu and the rest, they knew that this trip wouldn't be of much help, but they hadn't returned to the 9 prefectures for a long time, so they also wanted to go back and take a look. Regarding this, Lin Ling also agreed. And so, everyone left together. After a long time, Lei Gong's palace appeared in the 9 prefectures void again. Looking at the ancient land of the 9 prefectures, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. Although 100 years passed in the blink of an eye after becoming gods, after returning, they felt as if they hadn't returned for many years. We're back! Yu and Yuer and the rest smiled excitedly. Second brother, we're back. Sakura looked at Lin Ling, his eyes somewhat moist. With his current strength, he could see the northern territory with a single glance, and even the rainforest's sacred land. And this was the place where he and Lin Ling grew up. Moreover, after so many years, the rainforest's sacred land was no longer the same. It was full of vitality, just like the era when Lin Ling practiced martial arts. The youths in the rainforest's sacred land were still full of vigor, looking forward to standing at the peak of the rainforest's sacred land in the future. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the rainforest's sacred land was just one of the 10,000 worlds. Above the 10,000 worlds, there was the 9 prefectures, the divine realm, and the most ancient chaotic realm. Let's go! Lin Ling's gaze swept across the entire 9 prefectures. Seeing that there were no major obstacles, he led everyone to the void where Lei Gong's palace was located. Grandfather, mother. When Lin Ling and the rest appeared, the entire void shook, and everyone came out to welcome Lin Ling and the rest. Ancestor Din, Emonienchen, Lin Yi, there were too many. Moreover, their strength had greatly increased, and in the entire 9 prefectures, they were the strongest existences. This was all thanks to the treasures that Lin Ling had brought back over all these years, which allowed them to increase their cultivation and increase their lifespan. The family was reunited, and on that night, this place was undoubtedly the liveliest. Lin Ling accompanied his family and enjoyed the hard-won peace. He wasn't in a hurry to find the 8 gods' celestial palace. After all, although he had the key to the 8 gods' celestial palace, he had no clue where it was located. However, he wasn't worried about not being able to find the 8 gods' celestial palace. This was because he believed that someone from the spirit nation would definitely come and find the 8 gods' celestial palace. When that time came, all he had to do was to follow them in. Therefore, what Lin Ling needed to do now was to wait. A month passed quietly. On this day, Lin Ling, Sakura, and the young demon lord left this void and arrived at the 9 prefectures. The taste of home is indeed the best. Sakura looked at the sky of the 9 prefectures and realized that the sky here was even shorter. The mountains, water, and everything else here couldn't compare to the Dao realm. However, everything here was so familiar that it made one feel incomparably comfortable. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, looked into the distance, and suddenly said, he was talking about the years of battle back then. Haha, God Slayer Alliance. The young demon lord laughed at the side. Lin Ling, when you first joined the God Slayer Alliance, I looked down on you. It was only when you joined forces with us to kill martial god Qilin that we acknowledged you. Majin Tianzi also nodded. At that time, I was wondering where this kid came from. He actually killed martial god Qilin. He's too awesome. However, who would have thought that you've already surpassed us by 1,000 times, huh? Hearing their words, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. The years of battle back then were beautiful, and they were also the memories of Lin Ling's life. Now that he thought about it, he felt a sense of pride. Life was long, and there were some things that one had to experience personally to not live in vain. At Grandma Wendao. Chapter 4734. It's a good thing we came back in time. Otherwise, we would have missed this. Sakura was very powerful, so he also noticed it. Grandma Wendao was a close friend that Lin Ling met in the rainforest's sacred ground. In fact, Grandma Wendao was also a close friend of Lin Ling and had helped him a lot in the past. However, ever since Lin Ling became strong, he rarely saw Grandma Wendao. This was not because Lin Ling was ungrateful, but because he had too many things to do. Plus, Grandma Wendao had always lived in Qing province and did not stay with ancestor Taiyin and the others. Thus, she missed out on many treasures to cultivate. This was also Grandma Wendao's stubbornness because Lin Ling did not invite her to Lei Gong's hall. Unfortunately, Grandma Wendao rejected him. Let's go, it's a good thing we still have time. Lin Ling led young Master Yao and the others to Qingzhou. With their current strength, helping Grandma Wendao was as easy as flipping a hand. At this moment, Qing province was faintly becoming one of the top 2 provinces in the 9 states. Moreover, everyone knew that the Empress of Qing province was incomparably powerful and had the backing of a god. Thus, in the 9 states, no one dared to provoke Qing province. And the Empress of Qing province was still the 3rd princess. Lin Ling's group landed on the street. Lin Ling suddenly pondered and spread out his soul force to find a woman. This woman was the daughter of Yi City's city lord, Yi Xianxia. Back then, Yi Xianxia fell in love with Lin Ling at first sight. However, at that time, Lin Ling only wanted to cultivate, so he let Yi Xiannu down. What made Lin Ling helpless was that Yi Xiannu did not give up and was still waiting for Lin Ling. After so many years, Lin Ling had met many excellent women, such as Lu Susu and others. However, this was the first time Lin Ling saw someone as infatuated as Yi Xiannu. Yi Xiannu's father, the city lord of Yi City, was now a citizen of the Spirit Kingdom. As a result, Yi Xiannu could only leave Yi City and was arranged to live in Qing Province by Lin Ling. Sigh, why bother? Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Presently, he only wanted to become stronger so that when the will of the world came again, he could protect himself and his family, and he temporarily didn't have the heart to talk about love. Second brother, what will come will come. Let's go and see her. Seeing Lin Ling sighing, Sakura couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling nodded and strolled forward. After passing through several streets, a woman appeared in front of him. She was wearing ordinary clothes, but she was elegant and refined. At this moment, she was buying groceries like a mortal. Although Yi Xiannu was powerful, she did not like to cultivate. She preferred to live an ordinary life. Although she was arranged to stay here by Lin Ling and knew the third princess, after a long time, the third princess did not pay much attention to her. On the other hand, there was a man beside her who often accompanied her. It was obvious that he had fallen in love with Xianxia. On the other hand, Lin Ling shook his head as he watched the scene from afar. If that man and Xianxia could be together, it would be a good thing. At least Xianxia would not have to wait for him in vain. That man is quite powerful. At the side, Sakura suddenly said. From his perspective, that man's strength could be ranked among the top in the 9 prefectures. Yes, but although that woman is quite good-looking, a powerful warrior would not be afraid of not being liked. That man would not have to wait here bitterly just to pursue Xianxia. Young Beast Lord laughed. It's hard to say. Maybe it's true love? Majin Tianzi shook his head. What do you know about true love? Young Beast Lord said disdainfully to Majin Tianzi, in my opinion, it's probably because of other reasons. Think about it, Xianxia's father has a powerful background. Maybe that man wants to use Xianxia to curry favor with the spirit nation. No matter what, this kind of thing depends on what that woman thinks. Majin Tianzi laughed. Lin Ling watched quietly. He thought that the man and Xianxia had known each other for a long time and that they were already together. However, after watching for a while, he helplessly realized that Xianxia's reaction to the man was very cold. She ignored his passion. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that he had underestimated Xianxia's infatuation once again. He walked forward slowly. If Xianxia and that man were together, Lin Ling would definitely turn around and leave. He would even wish them happiness. However, that was obviously not the case. Lin Ling was not so heartless as to ignore Xianxia. Xianxia, my brother said that you haven't seen the third princess for a long time. During this period, Grandma Wendao will probably be leaving. Therefore, he would like to invite you to send her off. Birth, old age, illness, and death are unchangeable principles. I know that although you came to Qingzhou later, you have a good relationship with Grandma Wendao. Now that Grandma Wendao is leaving, you must be in a bad mood. Tonight, let's go and see Grandma Wendao. The man followed behind Xianxia and said. Xianxia nodded casually. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. Her eyes trembled violently as she stared at the man walking over from afar. The man was wearing a blue robe. His long hair was tied behind his head. He was handsome and out of this world. However, other than his handsome appearance, everything else about him was very ordinary. Only when one looked into the man's eyes did one realize that he was a vast world. This man was Lin Ling. You're back. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Her eyes were trembling. Lin Ling nodded at Xianxia and walked up to her. How have you been all these years? Good. Xianxia's heart was in turmoil. She had many things to say. However, in the end, she could only say one word. That's good. Lin Ling's heart was also filled with complicated emotions. The two of them looked at each other quietly. Behind Xianxia, the young man frowned. He was a little unhappy. Everyone in Qingzhou knew that Xianxia was the woman that Lin Zilong was pursuing. This man was really bold. How dare he provoke his woman? Sir, may I know who you are? Lin Zilong suppressed the anger in his heart and asked lightly. One had to admit that he was wearing a purple robe. His facial features were handsome. He was even more handsome than Lin Ling. In addition, his strength was not weak. No wonder he had the confidence to pursue Xianxia. With his appearance and strength, he would be the object of admiration of countless women in Jiuzhou. However, Lin Ling and Xianxia ignored him. They were still looking at each other. Sir, this is Qingzhou. Lin Zilong's voice was low. He was boiling with anger. His brother, Lin Qinglong, was the husband of the current empress of Qingzhou. Qingzhou was one of the most mysterious places in Jiuzhou. It was backed by a deity. This had caused his status to rise. Now, someone dared to ignore him? Lin Ling had obviously sensed his anger, but unfortunately, he couldn't be bothered with it. Sakura and the others, who were far away on the street, were a little surprised. Who is this guy? He failed to get a girl, so he wants to vent his anger on Lin Ling? Chapter 47-35. Your Excellency. Yes. Lin Zilong shouted again, I am Lin Zilong, one of the twin dragons. The twin dragons were very famous in Qingzhou and even in Jiuzhou. There were not many people who did not know this name. Lin Zilong, please leave. He is the one I have been waiting for. Now that he is here, I don't want him to misunderstand. Yes. However, before Lin Ling could speak, Xianxia Fairy had already spoken. Her voice was cold and she shut Lin Zilong out. Lin Zilong was stunned. He wanted to say something but he did not know what to say.